So it's great to see so many of you from Africa. I wish you all one day will be able to come here and spend 3 months. Is it possible?
Yes, I
Yes.
look forward to that as well. I hope I will be able to. I trust that I will be.
Well, we'll discuss. Send me an email requesting, and I'll figure out how to have you here. And we'll somehow manage it happen.
Thank
Okay.
you very much. I look forward to that.
Yes, Joel. So where
Seb,
do we begin?
Should I translate that into French? Because a lot of people watching French, so we're supposed to have a translation. That's the
Oh,
reason.
okay.
Yeah. So, Daaji vient de vous inviter pour venir passer 3 mois à Cannes. Si vous voulez bien venir et passer du temps avec lui, il s'en occupera pour vous inviter. Voilà.
I would have loved to come. In fact, I had been talking with, my dear friends, Michelle and Jeanette from, they keep jumping from Luxembourg to Ivory Coast and Cameroon and where all, US. And so I've been sharing with them that I would love to travel all across Africa. But unfortunately, my health is holding me back here, that you can't go anywhere. I'm not able to even go to the next city from here. So that's a challenge. Anyway, this modern technology has been a blessing to all of us somehow, despite of the circumstances. And that's what spirituality is all about, how to make the best use even when the circumstances go against us. Yes,
je voudrais tellement voyager vers l'Afrique. Ça fait longtemps que je parle avec mes amis Jeanne et Michel pour leur dire que j'aimerais tant voyager. Eux, ils voyagent un peu partout dans le monde. Mais vous savez, avec ma santé aujourd'hui, je n'arrive pas à voyager. Même aller à la ville à côté, c'est difficile. Mais bon, voilà, il faut qu'on apprenne à s'adapter. Et puis, avec ces difficultés qu'on a eues récemment, c'est la leçon qu'on a appris tous, c'est de vouloir s'adapter pour les circonstances difficiles. Et c'est ça qui nous a appris. Donc voilà, je ne peux pas vraiment voyager, mais je voudrais tant venir en Afrique.
So this is our next best solution. See? Yeah. To me, spirituality prepares us to face anything and everything in life. When things are going fine, it's great. Spirituality helps there too. How? How not to let go, or how not to let the good circumstances impress you so much that you start expecting more and more of it. And when you don't get it, you go into depression. And of course, when you're not having enough of it, or you're not having as per your heart's desire, spirituality prepares us. Okay, it's okay, time will come, and it keeps our hopes alive. And one day, when you expect it the least, it will shower you with so much of grace, which is, you would say, yes, it was worth waiting for.
Vous savez, la spiritualité nous prépare pour pas qu'on laisse les bonnes choses. Par exemple, quand on a vraiment beaucoup de bonnes choses qui arrivent dans notre vie, on s'habitue à ça et puis on attend que à ces choses-là. Et quand on les a pas, ben, on est déprimé, on n'est pas heureux, on n'est pas content. Alors que la spiritualité nous prépare à garder l'espoir intact quand on a des choses qui ne se passent pas comme on le souhaiterait, pour qu'un jour, quand vous l'attendez le moins, quand ça arrive, ben, on est vraiment préparé à attendre et puis ça nous fait vraiment une autre différence dans la vie. Donc, voilà.
I'll share with you a story since you are all youth. I think you are almost the age when I was also facing my own life and trying to establish myself and, to start a family, sort of a thing. I don't know if all of you are married. I doubt it though.
Je voudrais partager quelque chose avec vous quand j'avais votre âge. Et puis, bon, Je ne sais pas si vous êtes tous mariés, mais voilà, je partage.
So you please hurry up and get settled. I pray that you find a suitable person in your life and can spend the rest of your life so you can move towards spirituality. If he's fine and great, you'll spend wonderful time together. If he's not so good, you'll become a spiritual and philosopher, as they say.
Je voudrais bien, donc, je vous souhaite tous de vous marier bientôt et être bien, bien mariés, bien engagés, parce que s'il est gentil ou elle est gentille et sympa, ben, ça se passera bien pour vous. Mais si ce n'est pas le cas et s'il y a des difficultés dans la vie, vous deviendrez tous des personnes spirituelles et des philosophes.
So either way, it will do you good. You know, there was once I had a friend. He's no more because he passed away very early in his life. And he always used to argue that he doesn't want to get married. And then he asked me, why should you get married? I said, look, it's something necessary. And until and unless you know what that life is, you cannot say that it is bad. You know, many people have their own problems. I mean, we don't have to go that far, just have to look at our parents, isn't it? And then you say, oh, no, no, I don't want to get married. But that's not the thing. People who marry, they say they regret, right? And people who don't marry, they also regret. So now you can choose one regret. It's positive regret will be better that you got married and then you regret, which is better than not marrying and regretting because you don't know what you're missing.
Donc, d'un côté ou l'autre, ben, c'est bien. Vous savez, les gens, ils présentent des arguments comme quoi ils ne veulent pas se marier car ils ont vu des gens qui ont eu des problèmes dans leur vie maritale. Surtout en regardant leurs parents. Ben, j'avais un ami comme ça qui disait toujours qu'il ne voulait pas se marier. Mais vous voyez, que vous voulez vous marier ou non, et que vous vous mariez ou non, vous aurez des regrets peut-être, disons, si ça se passe bien et que vous êtes heureux, ben, tant mieux. Si ça ne se passe pas bien, au moins vous saurez pourquoi. Et donc, ne pas se marier nous apprend rien. Alors que si on se marie, il y a deux possibilités et de toute façon, on apprend quelque chose.
Now, apart from jokes, let me come to real stuff with the heartfulness way of life. That when we, myself, wife, and family members, meditate together, it creates a very special atmosphere in a family, and there's a lot more peace and harmony. Also, when you don't have children and you're planning to have children, and as you prepare yourself, even before your marriage, how you think, the kind of attitude we develop, behavior with which we respond, overall attitude that we carry even before marriage somehow prepares us in creating that atmosphere within us. And the other partner also, when like-minded with a similar attitude joins, will be able to attract a better soul. A better family can be created with two individuals with a spiritual bent of mind and heart comes together. You must have read my video, seen my video on epigenetics, how environment changes the genetic expression. I wish you have a look at it and you will find a lot of wisdom out of it. And if you can mold your life based on that, it will be a very wonderful, wonderful thing to have. It is overall very well known throughout the scientific world also that meditation helps tremendously in our overall physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Everything we like to measure. And thank God, because of science today, we are able to measure the impact of meditation on our thoughts, on our feelings, on our overall well-being. You see, because everything gets manifested into measurable things. Like when you are so happy, certain hormones get secreted, right? And you are able to measure that. When you are stressed out, you are able to also measure that also, the negative impact of not leading a proper lifestyle. That can also be measured. When you are deep in sleep, that can also be measured. When you are dreaming, that can also be measured, whether you are having fantasy dream or realistic dream, or all kinds of dreams can be classified, and dream pattern also can be studied through instruments. But there are many things which I have seen so far, that our transmission, yogic transmission that we talk about with Heartfulness Way, though we cannot measure what transmission is, but we can measure the impact of this yogic transmission indirectly, what it does to our consciousness and how our consciousness unfolds, and in which wave category it falls when we do measure EEG, electroencephalograph. So I let Ekta translate so much now.
Yes, sir. Donc, bon, on a assez rigolé. Maintenant, passons aux choses sérieuses. Donc, Heartfulness qu'on pratique tous. Vous savez, ça peut changer beaucoup de choses pour nous. Par exemple, si vous et votre femme ou votre épouse ou votre mari, vous méditez ensemble ou votre famille médite ensemble, ça crée vraiment une atmosphère spéciale chez nous et il y a beaucoup de paix et d'harmonie autour de nous. Quand on planifie, par exemple, d'avoir des enfants ensemble, vous savez, l'attitude avec quoi on réfléchit, comment on se comporte, comment on répond à des choses qui arrivent dans notre vie, tout ce comportement nous prépare d'une certaine manière, avant même d'avoir été mariés. Donc, quand on essaye d'avoir des enfants avec cette attitude, on attire une âme pour la conception qui est quand même très différent et d'un niveau vibratoire beaucoup plus haut. Quand deux personnes se mettent ensemble avec cette attitude et comment on va dire, le mental qui est pareil, ça change la donne dans un mariage. Vous savez, vous avez entendu parler d'épigénétique, c'est une science qui exprime comment l'atmosphère autour de nous change notre expression génétique. Dans la science épigénétique, c'est incroyable comment ça affecte, donc comment les circonstances affectent notre mental, notre esprit, le bien-être de notre mental. Et quand la science aujourd'hui peut mesurer ça, vous savez, l'impact de ces choses-là, comment on se ressent, comment on est, quel est notre état de bien-être, la science peut mesurer tout. Vous voyez, aujourd'hui, même le stress, le niveau de hormones dans notre sang, qui peut être mesuré selon les circonstances. Comment ça peut avoir un effet négatif sur notre vie, ces hormones de stress ou d'autres genres d'hormones qui sont sécrétées, voire même quand on est content, quand on est heureux. Vous voyez, ces choses-là, donc, par exemple, quand on dort, quand on est dans un sommeil profond, ou quand on rêve, quel genre de rêve on a? Est-ce qu'on est en train de rêver de quelque chose de bien ou de quelque chose comme un cauchemar? Toutes ces choses peuvent être mesurées à travers des électrocardiogrammes. Vous voyez, par exemple, quand on médite avec Heartfulness, on a une transmission, la pranahuti ou la transmission yogique qui touche notre cœur. Ça ne peut pas encore être mesuré par la science, mais nous, on peut mesurer l'impact de ça, n'est-ce pas? Comment ça peut affecter notre conscience, comment notre conscience développe à travers cette transmission qu'on ressent dans notre cœur.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. So what I was driving at, people understand and also misunderstand certain traditions. People say the people of Africa, they are so much backward as far as their knowledge of spirituality is concerned. They believe in ghosts and they believe in spirits. They believe in the spirits of grandfather and great-grandfather and elders. When we look at such things, do you believe or you don't believe? When you ask me that question, I would say, yes, I do believe in all that. I do believe that spirits are there. I do believe that ghosts are there. I do believe that elders' soul can guide us. Now, in order to take the benefit of great souls, elders who are willing to guide you, what should be my role in the whole equation? What should be my preparedness so that I can receive the guidance according to their desire? Sometimes they say something and you don't listen properly. Even when you are, let us say, face to face with your father who may be alive, your mother whom is alive, and she says, do this, boy, or my dear daughter, do you really do it? Even when you hear it with your ears? Imam, you're not saying anything, Imam. Do you listen to your father and mother and say, yes, I will do it, Papa? No, you don't. Often we fight, isn't it? We fight with Papa and Mommy. So, no, I will not do it. And when they are no more with us, or our grandfather wants to tell something to us, Papa is talking to us in the form of spirit. When you are meditating and all of a sudden some understanding comes in your heart that somebody is trying to talk to me, right? How would you get that message? How would you be confident enough to say, yes, this was the message? I don't say it's easy, it's going to be difficult. But our preparation should be, I should be pure in the heart. I should be reciprocating that and respecting that. I can respect my elderly great great grandfather whom I have never seen, and they want to guide me. Am I prepared for all that? So, heartfulness way of meditation, I don't say that it plays with spirits and ghosts, etc., but it prepares for everything. Whenever circumstances so arises that some elderly soul who may not be related to me wants to guide me, they can guide us when our heart is quiet, when our heart is not demanding, when our heart is pure and unselfish. When it fulfills these criterias. So earlier we talked about the external environment, how it, you know, prepares the genetic expression. Likewise, our inner preparedness also helps us how we can listen to our heart's voice. Having listened to the heart's voice better and better, mastered it, we can listen to others' voices in our hearts. And this is how we continue with our journey, one step better than the previous one. See?
OK. Donc, voyez à quoi j'étais en train d'amener cette discussion. Souvent, on dit qu'en Afrique, il y a des traditions, il y a certaines traditions un peu mal comprises dans le monde occidental ou dans le monde éduqué et civil parfois, qui disent que l'Afrique, c'est un peu comme arriéré dans sa façon d'être, qu'on croit dans les esprits, dans des fantômes, dans la guidance de nos ancêtres, des parents ou des gens passés ou morts avant nous. Est-ce que vous croyez en ça ou non? Moi, personnellement, oui, je crois dans des fantômes et des esprits et des âmes de nos aînés qui sont partis avant nous, qui reviennent pour nous guider de temps en temps. Donc, la question ici, c'est qu'est-ce que doit être ma préparation pour que je peux vivre ou au moins écouter ou entendre leur guidance, n'est-ce pas? Et aujourd'hui, vous voyez, vous n'entendez même pas et vous ne vous laissez même pas guider par vos parents quand ils vous parlent. Avec vos propres oreilles, hein, vos oreilles physiques, parce que vos parents, ils vous disent quelque chose, faites ci, faites ça, et là, vous n'êtes pas d'accord, vous ne voulez pas écouter. Donc, vous voyez, parlons pas des choses de l'intérieur ou des voix qu'on entend ou des esprits. Comment faire? Donc, comment, quand quelqu'un veut vous parler, imaginez qu'il y a un arrière-grand-parent qui veut vous donner une guidance, qui veut vous donner de belles choses, vous parler. Comment vous allez vous préparer? Quand cette compréhension arrive dans notre cœur d'une certaine manière fine, quelqu'un veut vous dire quelque chose, c'est pas facile. Il faut avoir un cœur pur, il faut être préparé, il faut avoir cette réciprocité, cet respect pour cette personne dans notre cœur, cette personne qui veut nous guider, n'est-ce pas? Est-ce que je suis préparée à recevoir leurs paroles dans mon cœur et l'entendre avec la voix intérieure, avec l'oreille intérieure? Donc, Heartfulness nous prépare pour chaque chose dans ce sens-là. Quand quelqu'un qui est notre aîné, n'est-ce pas, qui passe et qui veut nous guider, le cœur doit être pur, le cœur doit être ouvert, le cœur doit être sans égoïsme, n'est-ce pas? Il ne doit pas être demandant de quelque chose. Et tout à l'heure, on a parlé de l'environnement extérieur. Aujourd'hui et là maintenant, on va parler de l'environnement intérieur qui nous prépare pour faire face, pour écouter, pour avoir l'écoute à ces choses-là et pour continuer jour après jour notre chemin, préparer jour après jour avec chaque jour notre voyage.
Okay. So, what is the essence of so far what we have talked? Very simple, pure heart. Anything and everything that we go on doing in our lives, allow your heart to express itself. Whenever heart says go ahead, you go full steam ahead. Whenever heart says no, have some courage to refuse that. That's simple. And that's the heartfulness way. Any questions? After this, we can take some questions if you have. And after Q&A, we'll meditate.
Donc, quelle est l'essence de ce que je viens, de tout ce qu'on a déjà parlé? C'est simple, il faut avoir un cœur pur. Un cœur pur parce que tout ce qu'on a envie de faire, tout ce qu'on entend de notre cœur, on doit être capable de suivre. Si notre cœur nous dit non, il va falloir avoir le courage de ne pas le faire. Quand notre cœur nous dit oui, il faut avoir le courage de s'exprimer. Quand il dit vas-y en avant, fais-le, il faut savoir le suivre, donc suivre notre cœur. On va prendre quelques questions maintenant et suite à ça, on va méditer tous ensemble.
Daaji, our youth on the call have prepared a few questions that they would like to ask you. If I can maybe ask Iman to start with her question. Iman, do you want to ask Daaji a question? Daaji, she'll ask the question in French and then Sister Ekta will translate it.
Okay. Yes, Iman.
Namaste Daaji, my name is Iman and I'm from Reunion Island. We are sending much love and greetings from all here. And my question is, Daaji parle souvent de l'acceptation joyeuse, que c'est la clé d'une vie réussite dans tous les domaines. Et j'aimerais savoir quelle est la technique pour parvenir à adopter cette attitude lorsque je suis confrontée à des défis ou à des situations difficiles, avant de tomber dans l'anxiété, dans la colère ou dans la peur.
Okay. Okay, so the question, Daaji, is from Iman saying, you talk often of cheerful acceptance, right? So what is the key to succeeding in life in all fields? And what I would like to know is what is the technique to come to arrive at this stage where we adapt an attitude, especially towards a good attitude, especially when we have to face challenges and difficult things, when we can, become stressed or be fearful or be angry.
Well, thank you, Iman. It's a very practical question. And since you have in the beginning conveyed love and regards from La Reunion, please convey to all of them our love and affection, regards from Kana Ashram. Okay. How to lead a life cheerfully? One simple answer that comes to my heart is to always living in the present. We should not allow our life to get bogged down by our past conditioning, past experiences. But then the question arises, the past experiences that was so painful for me, right? How can I forget it? Well, we have to take a lesson, a learning from the past experience. There are two sides of our memory from the past. One is emotional, another is logical memory. That something bad that has happened to you, it can stay in our mind, in our heart, both as a logical as well as emotional memory. We can consolidate perhaps the logical one or consolidate the emotional one. Through our heartfulness way of practice, it's easy to get rid of the emotional baggage. What makes us angry sometimes, what makes us sad sometimes, what makes us irritable at times is often due to this emotional baggage that we carry. But through heartfulness way of our practice, how long can such memory last in our heart? Not very long. When we practice cleaning very regularly and take sittings from preceptors regularly, then there is no chance for such a baggage to last in your heart. Of course, you will always remember these episodes. And it is for our good that we remember these episodes because it protects us. Suppose someone hurts you badly at an emotional level, you fall in love with someone, and then you forgive that person, and then that person hurts you again, and then you forgive that person. Again, he hurts you. Then you have not learned anything. See? You are allowing both the memories to spoil your life. Once you have gotten rid of anyone at an emotional level, let it be so. Don't go on recalling through your logical mind. Logical mind can help us understand that so and so is not worth trusting, is not trustworthy. Drop the whole thing then and there. Now, when other things like cheerful acceptance is concerned, Babuji, especially, this is Babuji's request to all of us via whispers. He says, you got to accept your life's circumstances. And if possible, joyful acceptance should be there, cheerful acceptance should be there. Now, what is the learning from this? Suppose you failed an exam, Imam, that you failed an exam. What do you learn from this? First of all, you'll become sad, which is natural. You will resolve that let me do better next time. You'll put your efforts in one direction that I got to do better next time. If you accept it, only then this preparation for betterment will be there. But if you say, no, I don't like to accept this failure and I don't want to study it, that means because you're not able to accept it, you will not be able to put efforts into it and you will continue to fail. Right? Now, if you don't accept things, circumstances, or a misery, what happens there? By not accepting, your circumstance or your situation is not going to change. Can you change the circumstances just because you deny that something happened to you? No. In fact, when I accept that, yes, this is bad or this is good, I once begin to accept things, I can bring it closer to that circumstance faster, and my energy can go into making better efforts. Moreover, cheerful acceptance also makes nature's energy flow into us very fast, very rapidly, and as they say, it equips us again for a better battle ahead.
Donc, cette question, avant que je le réponde, comme Iman nous a salués depuis la Réunion, je voudrais à mon tour aussi saluer tous les Abiazis et toutes les personnes à la Réunion. Cette question est intéressante. Comment mener une vie d'une manière joyeuse? Donc, la vie est présente, ne nous permet pas toujours de vivre d'une manière joyeuse, n'est-ce pas? On voit que souvent, on fait face à des choses, on est comme submergé par des difficultés, des expériences de nos passés. Comment les oublier? Comment oublier surtout des choses douloureuses qui nous ont fait mal dans le passé, n'est-ce pas? C'est, comment on va dire, ça prend beaucoup de place dans notre vie quand ces choses-là reviennent du passé. On peut faire face à ça d'une manière, c'est des mémoires, c'est des choses qui restent avec nous. On peut soit faire face à ça d'une manière logique, soit on peut faire face à ça d'une manière émotionnelle. On a deux genres de mémoire, émotionnelle et logique. Des fois on raisonne du côté logique, des fois on raisonne avec l'émotion. Avec Heartfulness, dans la technique Heartfulness de nettoyage, on peut très facilement se débarrasser de notre bagage émotionnel, des choses qui pèsent sur nous, qui nous rendent soit joyeux, soit fâchés, soit en colère, soit émotionnels. Combien de temps peut une mémoire de ce genre traîner dans notre cœur, surtout si on pratique chaque soir notre cleaning? Il n'y a pas de chance pour que ces choses restent en nous. Ces épisodes partent, ils ne sont pas toujours avec nous. Imaginez quelqu'un vous blesse, quelqu'un avec qui vous êtes tombé amoureux. Vous êtes en amour, la personne vous blesse, vous pardonnez une fois, la deuxième fois ça arrive, la personne recommence, vous le faites, la troisième fois. Et là, à un moment donné, vous allez dire, stop, ça suffit, j'en ai marre, je ne vais plus continuer avec cette personne. Mais quand on est en train de vivre ça d'une manière, quand on est en train de se nettoyer de toutes ces impressions jour après jour, on est capable de les pardonner malgré tout ce qu'ils font chaque fois parce qu'on a le cœur qui est net, qui est pur, qui est ouvert. Vous voyez, je vous fais rappeler à un conseil que donnait notre cher Babouji, vraiment à travers les Whispers, des écrits très, très intéressants. Il parlait d'accepter la vie dans sa totalité, n'est-ce pas? Et si possible avec joie, parce que c'est comme, par exemple, que vous imaginez que vous avez raté un examen, un concours ou un examen. Vous serez toujours, vous serez triste, n'est-ce pas? Et par contre, vous allez dire, bon, si j'accepte que je n'ai pas été bien dans mon examen, je vais recommencer, je vais travailler mieux, je vais me préparer mieux. Vous voyez, donc ce concept d'échouer, si vous arrivez à l'accepter et le plus vite que vous l'acceptez, le plus vous vous rapprochez du fait des circonstances, en acceptant les circonstances, même difficiles, plus vite votre cœur va s'ouvrir, l'énergie va partir à travers vous vers quelque chose de meilleur, c'est-à-dire vous allez vous changer, vous allez vous préparer pour adapter, faire face à ça d'une manière beaucoup mieux, n'est-ce pas? Donc, au lieu de dire que pourquoi ces choses m'arrivent, cette chose ne m'est pas arrivée parce que des fois on est dans la déni, préparer à accepter, ça va changer complètement la donne. On peut mieux accepter la vie et faire face à des batailles de vie avec beaucoup plus de courage et d'énergie, de vigueur.
I'll give you some homework. Huh? For 1 week, you walk around in your school or college or in your family environment pretending that you're so sad, and you stop smiling and you stop being cheerful, in short. You're always irritable. This I'm telling you to become just as a pretension. Right? And then another week, you keep smiling and laughing and see what happens to the people who are associated with you. In the previous scenario, even best of your friends will disappear. In the next scenario where you're happy with a good disposition, even your most fervent enemies will come towards you with a smile.
Je voudrais vous donner un devoir à faire, voyez. Donc, on va faire ce devoir. Vous allez prendre 2 semaines. La première semaine, vous allez, quand vous allez au campus ou vous allez à votre lycée, ben, vous allez prétendre que vous êtes malheureux et vous arrêtez de sourire, vous êtes presque énervé avec tout le monde, irritable, n'est-ce pas? Et faites ça, bon, prétendez, hein, ne soyez pas vraiment comme ça, mais prétendez d'être comme ça et vous allez voir. Et la semaine d'après, ben, vous faites carrément le contraire, c'est-à-dire vous y allez, vous souriez, vous voyez tout le monde, vous êtes plein de joie et vous le partagez avec tous. Vous allez voir que dans la première semaine, donc la première semaine que vous êtes pas content et vous prétendez d'être malheureux et triste et en colère, même vos meilleurs amis vont disparaître de votre vie, hein, le meilleur de vos amis. Et puis la deuxième, vous allez voir que quand vous êtes souriant, plein de gaieté et de joie, même les gens qui sont votre prétendant ou soi-disant ennemis, ben, ils vont se rapprocher à vous.
Okay, let's go to next and last question because my battery is now on 25%.
On va aller à la dernière question parce que mon batterie il est à 25%, n'est-ce pas? La dernière et la deuxième question, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Daaji. Thank you, Sister Ekta. And the last question will be from Joel. Joel, do you want to ask your question to Daaji?
Good day, Daaji, and good day to everyone else who's watching this. My question to you, Daaji, is when you were what challenges did you encounter when introducing heartfulness to your peers, and how did you overcome these challenges?
The first challenge was they would make fun of me that, oh, look, he's meditating now, he's going to become a saint. So I had to listen to their comments. And this was the only comments I used to, face. The others who liked that, I was meditating, they would ask themselves many questions. How do you find it? How to start it? Things like that. So people who make fun of it, I don't think we should waste much time with them. You just laugh it out with them. See, it's okay. One day you'll understand the importance of meditation. Maybe when you're 60 or 70 and you cannot, do much, then you'll appreciate meditation.
Okay. Donc, Joël a posé une question à Daaji qui disait quand vous étiez jeune et que vous avez eu des défis quand vous présentez la Heartfulness à vos amis, comment vous avez fait pour les surmonter? Et Daaji dit le premier défi que j'ai eu fait face, c'est quand mes amis se moquaient de moi et ils disaient ah bah tiens voilà maintenant que tu médites tu vas devenir un saint, n'est-ce pas? Alors, bon, il faut faire face à ça, il faut écouter ça, il faut pas essayer de raisonner avec eux, il faut juste, voilà, le prendre comme tel. Et d'autres genres de personnes m'ont posé plein de questions en disant qu'est-ce que tu fais, comment tu fais. Donc, voilà, eux, il faut répondre parce qu'ils sont vraiment curieux. Les gens qui se moquent de vous, qui disaient, bah, ça y est, maintenant tu es devenu un saint. Mais eux, il ne faut pas gaspiller son temps, il faut juste rigoler avec eux et dire, ben voilà, quand toi tu auras 60 ans, 70 ans, ben tu méditeras et tu verras.
I'd like to give you one last argument. Why meditation? It is said in India, the ancient wisdom, and it is universal in our experience that happiness. Are you able to remain happy in an environment where there is a lot of disturbance, either inward inside your heart or outside in the family? Can you remain happy with a disturbed atmosphere? You cannot. So what is required? You require harmony within. Right? How can you arrive at a mental state which is harmonious all throughout? Unless and until you remain contemplative and focused. That means your thoughts are in one direction, focused. And how can you arrive at a focused mind. Unless you prepare your mind to remain on one aim, one goal. And this focused mind is possible only when you meditate. See, meditation helps us arrive at a focused mind. This focused mind becomes contemplative. This contemplative mind creates harmony in us. And because of this harmony, this what little happiness we see, experience, witness, it gets magnified in that harmonious atmosphere that we create within, as well as a person who is carrying harmony within cannot create disturbance outside. So this is how I convince them that look, yes, meditation can always lead to happiness. It's a different matter altogether about attaining liberation or God realization or things of that nature, which are very high in order. Of course, that was the original purpose. But in modern era, where happiness has become a primary goal, that too is possible because of meditation. Because of meditation, you can remain in a stress-free situation. You can also get rid of anxiety, stress. You can experience true peace in your heart. So these are minimal benefits. But God is not happy when we ask for small things from Him, you see. For example, if you were one of those Zulu kings, and you had everything with you, and your son comes up and asks, Papa, give me 10 pence or 10 cents, then you'll get angry perhaps. You might smack him, your little fellow, and say, why are you asking me for 10 pence? Ask me for something bigger. I can give you something bigger. So God is also like that. When we ask for little things, peace of mind and stress-free life, and these are too smaller things to beg to God, see. Ask for God and God alone, nothing less. Like a small child, and so ask me, what would a small child ask a father who is a king? I want to become a king, Papa. See? Okay, with all that, thank you for joining, and thank you for your listening. And in another 5 minutes, Ektaben, you conduct the satsang for about 20 minutes. I'll also join you from here. Okay. After 5 minutes, you guys get ready for satsang. Okay. Thank you.
Donc, je vais finir par la traduction que Daaji nous a dit à la fin. Il parlait donc, il nous a parlé de sa première défi. Après, il a dit, je voudrais quand même rajouter une petite chose, n'est-ce pas? À moins que vous ayez, comment on peut rester joyeux ou heureux, n'est-ce pas? À moins que vous ayez cette capacité de rester contemplative ou engagé, avoir un focus, pouvoir se mettre dans une sens. C'est pas possible de le faire sauf si on a formé notre mental à avoir un but. Et c'est ça ce qui se passe dans la méditation, c'est-à-dire on arrive à mettre notre mental entièrement sur un seul but. Et c'est dans ce sens-là qu'avec une mental contemplative, on arrive à garder notre attention engagée sur une seule chose. Qu'est-ce qui se passe à ce moment-là? Voyez, des petites joies de la vie. Des fois, on est juste un peu heureux, un petit joie. Et bien, ces petites joies de la vie peuvent devenir magnifiques, c'est-à-dire ça peut se étendre, ça peut devenir vraiment grand. Et c'est à cause du fait qu'on arrive à avoir cette capacité de le garder à l'intérieur et de les étendre. On peut pas, c'est ce genre de personne qui crée l'harmonie à l'intérieur de lui-même ne peut pas être dérangé par des circonstances extérieures. Et cette personne ne va pas déranger des autres non plus, parce qu'il est méditatif dans son attitude. Vous savez, Dieu, la méditation, on dit, peut vraiment amener vers le bonheur, dans ce sens-là. Bien sûr, la méditation nous permet aussi d'atteindre Dieu, nous permet aussi d'avoir la réalisation de Dieu. Mais aujourd'hui, dans notre temps moderne, les gens cherchent plutôt à avoir de la paix ou la joie, qui disent, oui, ben, je vais être heureux, mon but dans la vie, c'est d'avoir la paix intérieure, d'être tranquille, d'être joyeux. Ben, ce sont des bénéfices minimums, vous voyez. Imaginez que votre papa, c'est le roi, un grand roi zoulou, par exemple, n'est-ce pas? Et vous approchez votre papa et vous lui demandez, papa, dis-moi, tu peux me donner 10 centimes? Eh ben, qu'est-ce que le papa va penser? Ben, soit il va peut-être vous même donner une petite claque, non? En disant, oh, tu te rappelles pas qui tu es? Non? Il va dire, regarde, tu es mon fils, n'est-ce pas? Et tu peux demander autre chose, demande quelque chose de beaucoup plus, je dis 8 centimes, tu vois. Donc, quand on demande de Dieu, non, quelque chose si petit, si minime, si insignifiant, comme la paix intérieure ou le mental, c'est ridicule. Imagine un enfant qui demande à papa, papa, qu'est-ce que tu veux? Non, si l'enfant demande à papa qu'est-ce qu'il veut devenir un jour, où le papa il dit, qu'est-ce que tu veux, mon fils? Ben, le fils il va dire, papa, je vais devenir le roi, je vais devenir comme toi. Et c'est ça qu'il faut qu'on soit vers Dieu. Il faut qu'on demande pour Dieu et rien que Dieu. Hein? Lui et lui seul. Il faudrait qu'on soit vraiment capable et qu'on demande d'être le roi. Voilà, donc on va commencer à méditer, mes amis, dans 5 minutes. Préparez-vous, il est 6 heures, non, en Inde, il est 6h13. On va se donner 3-4 minutes pour se préparer, parce que Daaji va se joindre à nous, donner notre sitting, il va nous donner le sitting dans quelques temps. Voilà. Vous êtes prêts? On va rester connectés. We'll be online connected and then we'll start satsang in another 2, 3, 4 minutes, right? Vandana, over to you, my dear.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Sister Ekta.
Lokesh, why do you want to keep the meditation on with the screen, right? We should keep this webinar going till the sitting is over in 20 minutes. Is that it, Lokesh?
Yes, Ekta sister.
ठीक
Have
है.
the screen ready.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Just to everybody that is joining us, we are going to be doing a short 20-minute meditation. Please do stay on and join us for that. We will have a screen that will display, the steps that are required for you to follow during the meditation session. Thank you.
Vandana, we'll just start off straight, right? We'll just say please start, and the people, they're all Abhyasis on this call, or new people?
There are new people as well.
Okay, so let me just quickly explain to you
Sure.
how to meditate. You need to just sit down wherever you are, be comfortable. And we will begin meditation by bringing our awareness gently towards the heart. Okay, make sure you're comfortable. Put off your phones if you can. Obviously, if you're on the seminar and with your phones, don't do that. But just switch off the sound that is disturbing you next door. We'll sit comfortably, quietly, close our eyes and begin by feeling a little relaxed with our bodies. So if you're feeling any tension, if you're feeling uncomfortable, make sure you remove that. Make sure you feel absolutely comfortable in meditation, right? If you feel your screen is disturbing you, you can put off the screen, the video, you can just keep the sound on, right? So one point in time, we will start meditation and say, please start, and stay like this within your heart. Just keep your awareness, take your mind gently towards your heart and feel as if your heart is ready for meditation. Once you do that, just stay with your heart as if there is something light and luminous that is a presence in your heart that is drawing you towards it. Stay with it till as long as you want. And simply just be quiet with it. If you feel there are thoughts which come, and they generally do come in mind when you have such a moment, it's okay, let them be. Don't get bothered by thoughts. Just gently bring your awareness back to the heart. Stay with it, right? You will feel Daji will be doing the transmission. He will be giving you the sitting, and we'll be doing that, right? So you will feel this yogic transmission in your heart. Be open, be ready, and don't worry. Je vais le dire en français. Pour ceux qui veulent, qui n'ont pas encore médité avant avec nous, on va commencer la méditation dans 2 minutes. Préparez-vous à juste s'asseoir confortablement, peu importe où vous êtes, sur une chaise ou ailleurs. Si vous voulez éteindre votre écran, c'est pas grave, mais assurez-vous que vos téléphones sont éteints, à moins que vous êtes sur ce col avec votre téléphone. Mettez-vous confortable, donc mettez votre dos comme il faut contre le dossier de la chaise. Il faut que rien ne vous dérange pendant que vous êtes en train de méditer. Il faut que vraiment vous soyez confortable. S'il y a quelque chose qui vous dérange, eh bien, essayez de l'organiser pour que vous soyez bien. Ensuite, on va commencer à méditer, donc on va fermer les yeux et on va ramener notre attention gentiment, doucement vers le cœur. Et on va faire en sorte que notre cœur soit comme si on imagine ou on assume que notre cœur est plein de lumière, une lumière divine qui nous attire vers lui. Donc, on a cette sensation qu'il y a quelque chose de notre intérieur dans notre intérieur qui est lumineux, qui est léger, comme une lumière. Essayez de rester avec cette présence dans le cœur. Si vous sentez qu'il y a des pensées qui arrivent, et croyez-moi, vous allez avoir plein de pensées, vous dérangez pas. C'est pas grave, laissez les pensées. Chaque fois que vous revenez, chaque fois que vous sachez, oh, je médite, eh bien, ramenez votre attention doucement vers le cœur. Vous forcez pas. No concentration, no need to force yourself, no need to push it. Just be there, right? Let it happen. Et Daaji va vous transmettre la transmission yogique depuis là où il est. Quand on commence, on va dire commencez s'il vous plaît. Et quand on s'arrête la méditation, on va dire c'est tout. OK? So, OK, let's begin. Asseyez-vous confortablement, fermez vos yeux et relâchez-vous. Amenez votre attention à l'intérieur. Prenez un moment pour vous observer. Vandana, maybe you would want to mute everybody except me, or Loki, if you can do that. Supposez que cette source de lumière divine est déjà présente dans votre cœur et qu'elle vous attire vers elle à l'intérieur de votre cœur. Soyez réceptifs, soyez ouverts et souhaitez le bienvenu à cette transmission qui rentre dans votre cœur. Relâchez-vous doucement dans ce sentiment. Si vous avez cette idée qu'il y a des pensées, s'il y a des pensées qui viennent, ne vous bataillez pas contre les pensées. Ne les laissez pas traîner en vous. Laissez-les. Ramenez-vous juste à l'attention. Rappelez-vous tout simplement que vous êtes en train de méditer sur cette source de lumière dans votre cœur. Et permettez-vous de devenir plus en plus absorbé à l'intérieur. Please start meditation. Commencez s'il vous plaît. That's all. You can open your eyes gently after some time. If there's anything you would like to note, how did you feel during your meditation? How are you feeling now? You can do that. Take your time, there's no rush to come out of the meditation. C'est tout. Vous pouvez ouvrir vos yeux tranquillement. Il n'y a pas besoin de se précipiter quand on sort de méditation. Observez pendant quelques secondes comment vous vous sentez et si nécessaire, prenez le temps de le noter dans un journal ou dans un cahier. Comment vous vous êtes senti pendant la méditation? Comment vous vous sentez maintenant? Back to you, Vandana.
Thank you so much, Sister Ekta, for translating and for being here today. And thank you so much to Daaji for gracing us with his presence and really sharing his wisdom and his experience with us. We're really fortunate to have had him on our program. For those of you who are watching, please stay tuned to this channel, this YouTube channel, or you're welcome to tune into our Facebook page. Our summit is continuing this afternoon with some talks by some very dynamic speakers who are going to take you on a journey on how to unleash your potential. So that will take place immediately after this on this channel or on our Facebook page, Infinite Youth Africa. And it will continue tomorrow as well at 2 p.m. South African time. So please do tune in, please stay online, and we really hope that you enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Our next speaker hails from Portugal. Vasco Gaspar works in the fields of awareness-based human flourishing and conscious leadership, inspiring change and transformation in organizations worldwide for a more human and compassionate world. Vasco spent some time with two of the Infinite Youth Africa ambassadors, Ash from South Africa and Andrew from Kenya, to discuss the meaning of self-awareness. Let's head out to the field to see what they were up to.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you're watching today. This is an event brought to you by Infinite Youth 2.0. Today we're going to talk about self-awareness, and our speaker today, we're going to have Vasco. He is an author, a speaker, and a facilitator, and he's a wonderful individual who can teach us a lot about self-awareness, and the floor is open for you, Vasco. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you, Ash, and thank you the organization. It's a great pleasure to be here speaking with you, and I'm looking forward for our dialogue.
Thank you so much. Today, Vasco, tell us more about self-awareness. Just explain to us what it is, what it's all about, how we can achieve self-awareness. Yeah, just take us through. Oh, and sorry. Before that, I'd also like to introduce my co-panelist, Ash. Can you say hi to the viewers?
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Great. Vasco, it's good to have you on board with this. Thank you for your time. I'm sure we're all going to enjoy this. Let's start off with a few questions that we're going to ask you, and hopefully we can have a dialogue about it, like you said. And without wasting any more time, if I can ask you the first question.
Just go with it. I don't know if it's the same that Andrew asked. So if it's the same, yes. But you can repeat it.
I'm going to ask, like, what is your personal definition of self-awareness? And do you think it's important to become self-aware?
No. Okay, so I don't have a kind of a definition, like operational definition that I use, like a manual definition. But I'm just for me, being self-aware is to become conscious and, as the word says, aware of yourself and yourself in multiple dimensions. So, first of all, aware of how is your body now? For instance, how is your body? Just check. Is your body tired? Is your body accelerated? We are starting kind of a camera is on, is recording. Is the heart beating faster? Is the hands sweating? So being aware of, first of all, the body. How is my body now? And then in that same body, being aware of the emotions that might be there. So we might be feeling tense or joyful or sad or numb. So just being aware of that gives us a window of how are we at this moment, because sometimes we are not aware. We are in this mental world completely out of our present moment and disconnected from our body. So just bringing this, first of all, self-awareness to the body. That's where we live, right? We live in the body. So, but we forget, most of us, at least, I don't know, in Africa, but for instance, in Portugal, where I live, and people are very much disconnected from the body. So it's like there is the body that is here, and the mind is hanging around other places. It's in the future, is in the past, is judging, is thinking about the next question, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. So that leads us to another element of self-awareness. So not only the body, the emotions, but also awareness of our mental states. So where is my mind now? Is the mind in the same place where the body is or not? And if not, is it useful not to be here? Sometimes it's useful. I'm planning something for the future, so it's good to have that capacity. But most times the mind is worrying about the future, or is ruminating on the past, and that's not so useful. So I can somehow become aware of that and engage in that dialogue, and maybe invite the mind back to the present moment. And also aware of other things, like a deeper connection. And do I feel connected? You can call that connected with self, or with soul, or with Atman, or your inner master, whatever you want to call that space of profound connection inside. Am I connected now? So for me, self-awareness has this capacity of like turning the camera of our attention towards ourselves and checking in. How is my condition now? Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, at this very moment. Are these different parts of me aligned or not? So this self-awareness also brings this capacity to see if something is out of alignment, like in a car, if the wheels are aligned or not. And if not, then that leads us to be able to self-align or self-regulate in a way that it's more useful to the moment. So I don't know, Ash and Andrew, if I answer your question, but that would be how I see self-awareness, to become aware of ourselves. And sometimes we are so present, by the way, which might seem paradoxical, but sometimes you are so aligned with yourself and in the world that you are not self-aware, that you are somehow. So I don't know if you guys play sports, but sometimes we are playing sports, and there is these moments, these magical moments of being in the zone, in flow, where you,
Yes.
or when you are engaging in a dialogue, in a conversation, and you are not self-aware, but you are fully present. You are fully, those different parts of ourselves are completely aligned. So it's almost like becoming self-aware to then forget about yourself and losing the self-awareness and engaging in the world. So I don't know if this makes any sense to you guys or not.
It actually does. That was a very enlightening description of self-awareness. Thank you very much for that. Andrew, you were saying?
Yeah, and it's true. I really relate with that personally. Yeah, because self-awareness, it's a journey into yourself for sure. And I do believe that once you achieve the point of understanding who you are mentally, physically, emotionally, yeah, it does drive home to be the best person that you can be. And yeah, I have another question, Vasco. Now, how was your journey into becoming self-aware? Like, what are some of the challenges that you faced in your own personal journey? Just expound more on that and just tell us more. Thanks.
So, thank you for that question, Andrea. It's what came to mind immediately was that it's a continuous journey, right? It's a continuous journey of coming back to ourselves, and so in my case, so not only the day-to-day coming back to ourselves, so just out of curiosity, so some studies suggest that 47% of our time, for just thinking about the mind is not in the present moment. So 47% of the time, half of the time more or less, we are at a place. So for most of us, that's true. So we are not present at all. We are not self-aware. So, and that's nothing wrong with that. So it's not something that I'm broken or so just becoming aware that that's the natural way of the mind to work, to be distracted. And nowadays, nowadays with social media and a lot of distractions and a lot of things, it's even more easy to not be present. So I've been, since I was I would say 18, more or less 18 years old. I remember I read a book, and that book created some sort of openness to that there was other dimensions of myself that I was not aware of. So when I was a teenager, I was very much, I don't know, doing a lot of alcohol and drugs and kind of this, let's call it sex, drugs and rock and roll model, right? Kind of just searching outside in the world. But at the same time, there was in me a feeling of uneasiness. So a feeling of something was not being fulfilled inside. Something was kind of a hole. So that led me into a quest of searching outside. Continues, of course, but in this case, first with tools and methodologies and approaches that were not so healthy, like the, let's call it sex, drugs, and rock and roll model, that were only leading to more stress. Or I remember when I was, for instance, 12 years ago or so, when I was 35 or 8 or whatever, I don't remember my age. So, but I was smoking, for instance, I was smoking 40 cigarettes a day. So I used to work as a consultant, and I was smoking 40, so 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I was drinking a lot of alcohol, not every day, but in the weekends. So I could not relax because my job was very stressful. So I needed to, during weekends, to socialize with my friends. I needed to drink a lot and so on. That was the way I was able to relax and to engage. So, but more or less, I would say, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, I started to wonder, maybe there are other ways to self-regulate and to become more aware of myself in a way that it is healthy, that it's not destructing my body or destructing my relationship with others and so on, not destructing my capacity to think clearly. And that led me to meditation and other practices also, even nutrition. So how different foods impact my inner state. So, but I remember that I started meditating, and I tried different types of meditation. So, and actually I became even a teacher in some of those practices, like for instance mindfulness practice, which comes more from the Buddhist side. So, but mindfulness, but many others, presencing, IFS, in more or less 11 years or so ago, 12 years ago, I discovered the heartfulness, and that became my main practice. So heartfulness. So although I continue to have the other practices that help me become more self-aware and regulate, in my case, heartfulness was and still is the one that allowed me to reconnect with that deeper space inside myself. So, and then after that, I started to come for a more healthy stream of alignment with myself and with the world. I changed jobs. So my life kind of started shifting into
Turned
a more
around.
Yeah, it started turned around, especially when I started doing these practices, because becoming more self-aware allowed me also once again to notice where things were not aligned with my inner wisdom and sanity, and then to make choices that led me to better results. So as one author, I don't remember his name, used to say, with better awareness you can make better choices, and with better choices you can achieve better results. So in this case, the results I'm aiming are to be more peaceful, are to be a better human being every day, a better friend, and a better husband, and a better. So how can I connect with my essence? I believe that all of us have different gifts. So what are your gifts, Ash? What are your gifts, Andrea? And how can I manifest those gifts into the world? And that, I believe, the more you are connected with your inner self, the more easy it is to bring it to the world and to make choices in that regard. So yeah, I don't know if I replied to your question, Andrew, but
Yes.
yeah. And Ash, if I yeah.
Definitely. So how did practicing heartfulness meditation help you in this process? Do you is there a special way that you do it, or what do you think?
It's funny, Ash, that you're asking that, because as I was telling, I tried many different practices, and I continue to know many different practices, and sometimes even to teach those same practices in many contexts. But when I had my introduction to heartfulness, something was different that I could not put into words. And it doesn't mean that it's true to everyone, but it was true to me, and I'm speaking from my experience. I remember that I had, so for the ones who are watching this, that are not familiar with heartfulness, normally there is this process of having 3 meditations in the beginning. And I remember that I met this woman, and she asked me, "Oh, do you really want to meditate?" Because I was asking her about meditation. And she invited me to come to her house to do these 3 sittings of heartfulness. And I said, okay, so I will try this. Probably it's just another practice. So I remember sitting, and she said, "Oh, here we meditate on the source of light in the heart." And I noticed that my mind started thinking, light in the heart? Where's the light? What is light in the heart? So kind of a lot of my mind think a lot of questions, right? So she sat in front of me, and she said, "Please start meditation." And I closed my eyes, and I said, "But what is I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? The light in the heart, where's the light? I don't see any light." So a lot of stream of thoughts in my mind. And then she said, "That's all." And I said, "That's all? How is that so?" So we just started. But then I looked at the watch, and 45 minutes have passed. And I kind of, what happened here? So that caught my attention, because with other practices that I've been trying, 5 minutes seemed like 1 hour. And here, 1 hour or 45 minutes seemed like 5 minutes. So I got curious. So I came the second day. And the second day, she said, "Please start meditation." And once again, my mind, "But what is supposed to do? Where is the light? I don't see any light. There is no." So the mind was trying to figure out, right? Yes, the mind normally does. The mind tries to figure out things. That's its job. And once again, she said, "That's all." And this time, the same perplexity. So 45 minutes have passed, and it seemed just 5 minutes. But this time I noticed that my body was much more aligned and relaxed. So there was a feeling of, okay, I feel something is aligned here. I don't know how to express that, but it felt good. It felt something was good there. So I came the third day. And in the third day, she said, "Please start meditation." And I just, I felt I'm home. I felt something that I cannot put into words, but it's probably what is most close to it is a sense of coming home, a sense of being aligned, a sense of being safe and connected. So safe and connected. And this is and this time my mind was not trying to find the light or figure out what to do. I just let go. I just, okay, I will not struggle anymore with trying to find the light or doing this the right way. I would just, okay. And when I did this let go, there was a kind of a let come where I just entered into this deep, peaceful I went in this deep, peaceful state. And this was the day, I still remember the date, it was 3rd of June of 2009. Okay, and since that day, I've been meditating every day, doing the cleaning every day. And maybe I missed, 10 days in these 12 years. And why do I do it? And because I have no doubt that it allows me to once again come back to the center, come back to the self, come back to the self with a capital S. So this place inside myself that is profound, that has profound sanity. It's like, imagine there is a storm, kind of a hurricane, and there is that image of the eye of the hurricane, right? That in the middle of the eye there is peace, there is stillness, there is clarity, there is creativity. So, and most of my ideas actually in these last 12 years, and my life, as I told you, started shifting. So after the meditation, each time I do the meditation, I just take some notes, and mainly all my ideas, all the solutions to many of the questions I normally have, they come in that space. Which doesn't mean that every meditation is like peaceful and blissful, and sometimes the mind is rushing and the body is restless. But most times it's like so the same way that we today, every day we plug the mobile phone or something to charge the batteries. I see, and coming to your question, why do I do it and so on also, is because it allows me to reconnect, to plug in, reconnect, fill up the batteries, realign, and continue. In the middle of a world that I feel it's each day more chaotic, each day more divided, each day more polarized, where you see people acting from anger, acting from prejudice, acting from unconsciousness, acting from greed, acting from divides that come from the mind, from a feeling of a sense of scarcity and so on. If we don't, at least for me, if I'm going to personalize, if I don't have these tools, and I'm not claiming that Heartfulness is the only one that does this, so, and as I told you, I have other practices, for instance, for the body and so on, but to have practices that allow us to regulate, to come to the center, I feel it's much, much more, nowadays even more important, because it's very easy to get hijacked by challenging emotions and rage and thoughts of judgment and criticism and so on. And if it's like a pole of if you have a flag and you have a pole, it's like the mind is constantly moving, and from the outside you receive a lot of, at least here, I don't know in Africa, but we receive so much challenging information in the media and social media, and so a lot of noise that makes the mind moves a lot. So if the mind doesn't have a pole to hold, it's very easy for the flag to go, and when you notice, you're already gone.
Definitely. Vasco, while you're on that topic, can I ask you, in some cases, say you're practicing Tai Chi or meditation to sort of align yourself.
Yeah.
What if it no longer works? What if you find that it no longer aligns you to such a state that you become self-aware? Should you stop practicing it and try something new, or what do you think?
Yeah. So I'm an adept that you are the scientist, right? And you're the judge that you are the one, and your heart is the one that has the answer to that question. So in my case, I'm a example of that. So where as I was sharing before I started doing Heartfulness, I was doing other things But in me, there was this quest of wanting to know more, because something in me was recognizing that that was not enough, okay? So at the same time, it's important to know that there are, in any spiritual practice or any practice, there are moments where you have you see an evolution, and then there is moments where you have how you call that?
A plateau phase.
Yeah, plateau. Yeah, there's plateau phases, and sometimes you go down. You kind of you drop a little bit. So, and that is part of any journey. So, and of course, we need to notice that. Imagine, oh, this is not working for me anymore, and to once again be self-aware and question. Is this coming from the practice? Is this coming from a part of me that is feeling bored and so on? Is this coming from me from some past trauma that maybe what I need to do is to heal this trauma that I suffered, and it's nothing to do with the practice. Actually, the practice that even might have brought to surface this trauma that I had from the past. So, and maybe I need to now heal it with some therapy, for instance, and integrate it with the practice, but doesn't mean that the reason is the practice, okay? So I would say that to really sense and see where does this not working is coming from, and to give it a try. And because even with meditation, either mindfulness or heartfulness or any other, there is plateau phases, and there are phases that you feel that you are not progressing, that you feel that you are frustrated, that you feel that, and for instance, in the case of heartfulness, when I feel that, what I do is I ask for a sitting, okay? So for the ones who are not familiar, that are watching this, a sitting is when you have a meditation with someone that can, let's call it, realign your wheels again, okay? So, and that for me is what I do. I go to the Hearts app, I just ask and I want a sitting, and I feel that somehow that helps me. But that's my practice, that's my experience. It doesn't need to be other people's experience. And as I told you, I have other practices. Sometimes I try Tai Chi or yoga, kind of more physical, like Hatha yoga. So, but as a complement in my case, because in my case, the main practice is heartfulness. So the others are just complements to that. But you, Ash, or you, Andrew, you might have kind of a different approach. You might, I don't know, your practice might be Catholic praying and so on, and heartfulness helps you to become even a better Christian, imagine. So, and nothing, I'm very fond of integration and
Thank you so much, Vasco. Indeed, I do relate a lot with what you're saying, and I'm sure so many youth as well relate a lot with the practice of coming home to yourself. I think that's the journey all of us really try to achieve. And with that, I also have another question. What's the importance of being self-aware, like for the youth right now? Yeah, like you said maybe you may have taken a bit longer to reach to that place where you can say, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. And now from that journey, what would you tell the youth today? Like, how would you advise them? Or why is it so important to be self-aware, even as early as right now? Yeah.
So as you were saying, Andrew, that question, this story, I think it's from Buddhism. There is this parable that if you have a stick, okay, if you have a stick and you have a dog, and if you throw the stick, what happens to the dog? Normally the dog chases after the stick, right? So if you have so the dog chases after the stick.
Yeah.
But they say that if you have a lion and if you throw the stick, the lion doesn't chase after the stick. The lion stops and looks to see who threw the stick. Okay? And this is a metaphor for the mind. The mind is constantly throwing sticks. Okay? Think about this, doing that. So it's kind of, we are constantly being bombarded by thoughts, the sticks that the mind is throwing us, and the sticks that other people are throwing at us, and the sticks that media is throwing at us, and the sticks that the world around us is throwing at us. And if we are not self-aware, we are like the dog that is constantly chasing after the sticks. But if we are more aware, we are more like the lion that is able to stop and to look and to see, where is this stick coming from? Is this useful or not? Should I run after the stick or not? And then to have a choice. Because at the core for me of this conversation and self-aware and these practices comes the notion of choice. And having choice, having agency. Because nowadays most of us don't feel that we have choice. We feel somehow, I don't know how is the youth where you are, guys, but I see a lot of youth here, and I see that also sometimes in myself. There is this notion of not having a choice, of despair, of when you think about climate change, when you think about social divides that, I don't know, the most, I think it's the 8th wealthiest, I think it's a study from Oxfam, the 8th wealthiest person in the world, they have more resources than half of the poorest population in the world. So when you think about these divisions, so when you think about that there is more people dying from suicide than dying from wars and natural disasters together in the world. So this comes from places of desperation, that we feel that we don't have a choice. And parts of us tell us those stories, and they have a purpose. But at the same time, if we connect with that place inside ourselves that holds wisdom and sanity and compassion and love, we are able to regulate ourselves and to feel more connected and to feel more aligned. And from that space of alignment, we are more able to be creative and to reach out to others and to form bonds. So, in that, I feel that doesn't need to be through spiritual practices that you find those tools to regulate yourself, but they can be a very useful resource. So, about the youth, my suggestion would be just be a scientist and try different things. So, don't try it all at once. So, don't like spiritual shopping. So you go spiritual shopping and you try everything. And then you have a problem, because imagine after two months you feel well, but then you don't know what's working. If it's the Tai Chi, or if it's the heartfulness, or if it's the food, or if it's whatever. So just pick one, give it a try for 1 or 2 months, and then make your decisions. Okay, this worked for me, or this didn't work, and so on. So and when you find something that really allows you to come home and to be connected, just give it a little more try, allow it to evolve, to flourish, and then dive into it. And then it at some point your heart doesn't resonate again with that. Maybe it's time to search, to continue the search, because your heart will know if this is right for you or not. And even coming back to heartfulness, I remember that it's very common that sometimes people stop practicing. And then after 2 or 3 months, they ask for a sitting. And when they have a sitting, there is something in them that recognizes, wow, I missed this. It was useful. It was useful actually to stop, to be able to recognize the impact of the practices. So because sometimes we just notice the impact when we stop, and then we come back again. So so that's why it's so important, at least I find it, also to have a kind of a journal where you can track where are you and what works for you and what doesn't work for you, and so on.
I thank you so much. That's really inspiring, Vasco. Because for sure it's quite a journey, especially when you're trying to establish yourself and build yourself to be the person who you want to be. I have another question now. You are a person who has interacted with a lot of people, the youth, especially in terms of being a coach, a life coach. You speak in a lot of events. You've interacted with so many youths. Going back to your days as a youth as well, what are some of the differences that you see, the challenges you faced as a youth in becoming self-aware, and the challenges you see the youth facing right now. And now from your experience, how could you guide us into the path of becoming self-aware? Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, how would you take us through that journey? I know the past. I know we usually learn a lot from the past so that we can make better decisions in the present. Now, with that, from the challenges you face, how would you advise us? So, what do you see that is different from then, and it will help us move forward to the future? Yeah, would you expound on that?
Yes, when I look at the past and I see that so when I was around 18 years old or so, I used to be very depressed, and dealing with a lot of sadness and feeling lost, completely lost. Questions like, who am I? What am I doing here? What's the purpose of all of this? And then suffering from love that was not corresponded, and kind of feeling that the world was going to come to an end, and really feeling that, okay, this is so much suffering, I prefer to die than to continue in this. So and I think that was useful, although painful, was useful. However, if I had at the time other tools and methodologies and practices that could help me regulate and self-regulate, that would be probably more useful. So I think my past is at some point is no use for your present, because your present is different from my past, and even if you lived in the same past as I did, it would be a different context. You are different people in a different context. So so I don't know very much how can I address that question in a way that can be useful, because maybe let's do the U-turn. So what would be, for instance, some challenges that you, Andrew, and you, Ash, that you leave now? So and just disclose something that you feel safe disclosing in a video. So is there anything that you leave now as youth that you feel really challenging? What is the main challenge for you guys?
Okay, I can go first. Okay, some of the challenge. My first challenge is as a youth, what exactly do I want to do in life? Let's say you have done your studies, let's say secondary or upper or high school, or going to college. Once you're finished, now what do you want to do? Is it that you want to okay, for me, I'm a person who loves photography. I also teach, and I'm also a farmer as well. And also, I have a lot of interests here, and then also sports as well. But in your journey to life, you don't know what to choose. You have so many paths, but you can't really, because you're not really sure if this is the right decision. What will happen? How will I be successful in whatever I want to choose? And I think on that note, like, what are some of what would help me guide my decision to be what I want to be in future? In the long run, that something won't strain me, or I won't give up in the long run. I think that's that's personally my challenge. I don't know.
Believe it or not, I was actually thinking the exact same thing. And I think we all experience very similar things, such as what Andrew just said. That we have so many options in this time and age that to choose from, that we don't know which path to take.
And choosing one implies eliminating the others, right? That sense of.
I disagree with that. I think you can try and incorporate what you want into your life. That's my belief.
Yeah, I believe that as well. But I was just inquiring if that would be a question that might be driving the difficulty in choosing, like, because some people have that. If I choose path number A, I will need to say no to path B and C and D. So the sense of loss It's kind of in the shoulders if I choose one. So then I don't choose. I just stay there.
Yeah.
So I invite you to have to for that you're living. What if there is no path? What if instead of asking what do I want to choose and what is the path I want to go, my invitation is for you guys in the next days, each day to ask this question, which is, what is life wanting to live through me? What is life? So it's not what do I want from life.
Yeah.
What is life wanting from me? What is my calling? What am I being called for? Okay, and only you inside your heart know the answer for that.
Yeah.
And maybe life wants you, Andrew, to be a farmer photographer that teaches in the middle of the woods while you're farming and taking photographs, and you teach people doing that. No, maybe, maybe that's already there. The future is already there. So it's like when you connect with the heart, you can sense the future. It's like the future is already here. It's present here. And we can tap into the future. We can actualize the future in the sense of a bigger picture. So and that doesn't come from the mind. That comes from a feeling. It comes from a sense. That's why it's so important to have tools to regulate the heart and the feeling quality. Because if I really am connected with the feeling, the sense of imagine that you have sensors around you in your body and your heart. You can sense what is the right thing to do. In some traditions, they call it the true move. It's like you are so present, you are so connected, you are so aware, self-aware, not in the sense of mainly alignment and connectedness, that you can sense this is the right thing, which doesn't mean that most of the time you are lost, completely lost, right? Sometimes you are lost, but when you need to really make a decision and you connect with the heart, and there is a natural, spontaneous movement that comes natural. It's natural. It's not something that I need to achieve something. It's something that it most times is driven by your passions, what inspires you. I don't know if you know the word inspiration. Where does it come from? Do you know what's the origin of the word inspiration?
No idea.
From inside.
In spiritus is to mean to be aligned with the spirit, or the word enthusiasm means en theos, in God. Okay, so those are pointers like being inspired or being enthusiastic about something. Those most times are like signs of life that I'm in the right track. And also, I don't know you guys in Africa, but some people that I know from South America and Africa, they are much more also aligned with nature, the signs from nature, the birds, the wind, and we lose, as we live in cities, we lose that connection most of the times. So, but it's like nature is always sending us signs. Kind of, hey Andrew, look at me, I'm here. Hey, look at me. For instance, I have more than 100 stories with hummingbirds. So these little birds that you see here, I have more than 100 stories of these little birds coming when I'm in a meaningful situation. A hummingbird comes. Actually, before I logged into this call, I received a message. Someone sent me a picture of a hummingbird. So I felt, oh, this is a right place to be now. So okay.
Oh, that's amazing.
Actually, I just it's okay.
Yes. Okay. So I am aware that we have a time constraint. And but I have one last question for you, if you don't mind. How is it that we can stay in the now? You say that like allowing yourself to become self-aware is to be in the present moment. What do you do to keep yourself anchored in the now?
So there are many ways. So first of all is just to make peace to the fact that most of the times you are not in the now. So just be,
Yeah, no, definitely.
just be, maybe one day you become enlightened and yeah, you live in the now as, and maybe, I don't know if all the beings that are supposed to be enlightened, if they completely live in the now or not, or if they might sometimes think about, oh, I need to go and buy rice, or I need to go and send this email or whatever.
Always worried about the future or the past.
Yeah. So one of the things, Ash, that most of the things about our anxious mind and our ruminating mind, they come from the past. They come from stories that we lived in the past when we were children and we start learning. So it's like burdens, it's like impressions. So in the yogic tradition, it's called samskaras. So they are emotional impressions that we carry, and most of the times that we are worrying about something and so on, this is the result of those impressions. So first of all, the more you are able to clean those impressions, the more easy for your mind to be regulated, and you are aligned with this heart, this present moment. Okay, and you can do that. There is many practices in Heartfulness. You have the practice of cleaning. You can have a sitting with a preceptor. But also therapy. For instance, I myself, sometimes I do sessions of therapy. Actually, I had one in this morning, today. In therapy, there's many types of therapy, but in this case, therapy designed to really clean up those burdens from the past. So things that you carry from the past. And sometimes they are not only yours, but they are from your culture. So cultural burdens. You guys, for instance, in South Africa, Ash, you have a lot of cultural burdens, right? From all the division and so on, which is, even if you don't want, just being born in that social environment impacts you, right? And for sure, Andrew, in your country, the same. There's cultural issues that you live with, and you carry beliefs and so on. So that is one of the things. And then there are practices. So, for instance, the practice of practices that allow your mind to come back to your body. For instance, mindfulness of the body. So the body is always in the present moment. So there is no way for the body, at least until now, I don't know if someone discovered that, but the body is always here, right? So the mind travels and so on, but the body is here. And just if you remember that, you notice that your mind is not here, you're not present anymore, and it's not useful. You realize, oh, it's not useful. So just first, the awareness that you are not present, the acceptance that is nothing wrong with that. It's just the mind thinking, protecting me from something, just anxious, trying to protect me. And then bringing the attention back to the present moment, just inviting the mind to come back, for instance, to the body. So how is your breath now? Is the breath coming from the left nostril or from the right nostril? Is it fast or is it slow? And the moment you bring the attention to the body, how is your left knee now? How is your right shoulder? So just bringing the attention to the physical, the body is here, is present. Doesn't mean that the mind doesn't hijack you right away after that. But just bringing it back allows to shut down that narrative system called the narrative network, the default mode network in the brain that's always constantly chatting. And when we pay attention to the present moment, the body or the sense of smell or the sounds, we actually activate a different part of the brain called the positive or the task positive network or something like that, which brings you back to the present. Okay, and you can train that. You can train the capacity to come back to the present moment. In this case, more with practices like mindfulness, they cultivate that very much on purpose. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Vasco.
Thank you, Ash.
It's a very nice description.
Thank you so much, Vasco. Really learned a lot. Yeah, for sure. This has been truly a wonderful experience for me, and I'm sure for Ash as well, and also for our viewers. This has been a beautiful journey from looking within yourself, discovering yourself. What I've learned also about inspiration, in spirit, just becoming one with your whole self, body, mind, and soul. And and also being the importance of discovering the journey, not running after the carrot or running after the stick constantly, but just taking a step back and just having a view of exactly what you want to do and what you want to be. Yeah, so personally, I've learned a lot, and and I'm really grateful. Maybe Ash, you can have a few closing remarks, and we could also give you a Vasco's a parting shot, and then we can close the meeting. Yeah, so Ash, you can take it away.
I know. Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot, Vasco. It was really enlightening, telling us how to be in the present moment. I will definitely try that, and I'm sure the viewers will try it as well, because I think that is one of the major problems that we deal with in this current day and age. And it's not just for the youth; it's for even adults across the world that we have trouble staying in the present moment. And I think this takes our attention away from ourselves. And I think step one to self-awareness would be to go and learn to be in the present moment, and we will definitely try this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys, and it was really a pleasure to be here. And Ash, your last remark remind me about it's not only difficult to be in the present moment because our mind is naturally distracted, but also we need to realize that some companies nowadays, they are making money with that. So it's like our attention is being harvested, is being mined by different companies, and that attention is being sold. So if we don't have the capacity to rescue back what is ours and use it if we want, of course, with these tools and so on, but not being used by them so easily, that is very much important to be present. So I'm very grateful, and I'm available if you want at any time to continue the conversation in group, individually. If you need something, just send me a message, and I'll be very happy to continue.
Thank you, Vasco.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, so thank you so much, Vasco. Thank you so much, Ash, for our viewers. This is Youth Infinite 2.0. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today, tonight. We are grateful, and may you stay well, stay safe, and may God bless you all. And cheers. We will meet the next time. Okay, let's see.
Since their inception in 1997, Field Band Foundation is a leading organization in youth development in South Africa. Using mediums of music and dance, they continue to instill value-based emotional resilience in youth. Their mission remains the holistic development and support of economically and socially challenged youth in remote and generally underprivileged or under-resourced areas in South Africa. Their aim is to provide opportunities for the development of empowered, resilient, and self-confident young people who are opportunity ready and who contribute towards creating a more inclusive society. Let's put our dancing shoes on and get ready for some proudly South African music. I'm sure that many of you have heard the phrase, you are what you eat. Our next speaker will be examining the impact that nutrition has on your well-being. Mauritian health and wellness expert Preeti Ajoda runs a health and wellness center that aims to help all aspects of one's being and recently authored a book called Believe in the Light Within. Let's take a trip to the beautiful islands of Mauritius to relax, rejuvenate, and revitalize with Preeti.
Hi everyone, I'm your host Preeti Ajoda, and I'm grateful for having this opportunity to speak to you about a subject that I'm really passionate about and always love to share. Thank you very much for this moment. So today I will talk about mindful eating, and I will address the root issue of many people's eating habits, and then I will expand on how you can and why you should develop a healthier lifestyle, and how important is the gut health, why you should listen to your gut, and what are the signs of gut health problems. Okay, so let's see, what is mindful eating? Mindful eating is paying attention and being aware about what is happening during each action that you perform while you're about to eat, and eventually chewing and swallowing. It's about maintaining an in-the-moment awareness of your experience of eating. And it all happens in the mind, and it's a way to train yourself to have full control over what quality of food, what quantity of food, and when that very food is being ingested by you for your own body, for your own health, and for your own vibrancy. Okay, so you can easily learn how to do it, and it has helped numerous people manage their food cravings. It has helped people lose weight and be more energetic and have a noticeable glow in their overall aura. So mindful eating involves observing how the food makes you feel and the signals your body sends about taste, about satisfaction, about fullness. Okay, and it requires you to simply acknowledge and accept rather than judge the feelings, rather than judge the thoughts or the body sensations that you observe. Okay, so as our life becomes busier, we're always rushing for things, and we find ourselves eating in the car while we're watching TV or in front of a computer or in front of our smartphone or tablet, and this has even been termed mindless eating. Sometimes we eat not because we're hungry, but to satisfy emotional needs, to relieve stress, to relieve anxiety, or to cope with unpleasant or uncomfortable emotions such as sadness, anxiety, loneliness, or boredom. Okay, so mindful eating will liberate us from the myth when it comes to food and its purpose. Our minds will wander, but it will indulge you with insights about eating if you remind yourself to be mindful while you're eating. And it is high time for us to slow down, take a break from our daily routines. It's time to really ease the stress and anxiety. It's time to examine and change your relationships with food, to fully appreciate your meals, your snacks, and to make healthier choices about what you eat, about what you drink, to be always like healthy, and what to eat, when to eat, to make you feel good. Because you eat junk, you're going to feel junk. Garbage in, garbage out. By focusing on how each type of food makes you feel after eating, it can help to improve your digestion. It can help you a lot. And one of the ways to achieve this is by chewing slowly and being aware that all of the food in your mouth is fully chewed before finally swallowing. It's about doing this process with all our attention rather than being on automatic pilot. So if we let ourselves be distracted, we end up being totally disconnected with the most important activity that we engage in several times every day. Now, when your attention strays, the trick is to be aware that it's strayed and to gently bring it back to the task at hand, which involves the experience of either cooking, serving, eating, whatever it is. Okay, so try practicing it for short, maybe 5-minute periods at first, and gradually build up from there. Okay, now start also by taking a few deep breaths, and then with a calm mind consider the health value of each different place of food. While nutrition experts continually debate exactly which foods are healthy and which are not, the best rule of thumb is to eat food that is as close as possible to the way nature intended it to be. Make a good distinction between what you're going to eat to maintain your health and then what and also when you're going to eat it for pleasure. Okay, and you should listen to your body and listen also to your gut feeling, to your intuition, and determine what is best for you to live healthily. And employ all your senses while you are shopping, while you're cooking, while you're serving, while you're eating your food. Like, you know, how is the different foods? How do different foods look, smell, and feel as you chop? How do they sound as they're being cooked? How do they taste as you eat them? Be curious and make observations about yourself as well as the food you're about to eat. Notice how you're sitting. Sit with good posture but remain relaxed. Acknowledge your surroundings, but learn to tune them out. Focus on what's going on around you. This can distract you from the process of eating and take away from the mindfulness experience. Tune into your hunger. How hungry are you? You want to come to the table when you're hungry, but not like ravenous after skipping meals. Okay, sometimes when you skip meals, you tend to eat more. So know what your intentions are in eating this specific meal. Are you eating it because you're actually hungry, or is it that you are bored, you need a distraction, or think it's what you should be doing? So with the food in front of you, just take a moment to appreciate it. And any people you're sharing the meal with before you eat, pay attention to the textures, all the textures of the food, the shapes of the food, the colors, the smells of the food. What reactions do you have to the food, and how do the smells make you feel? Then take a bite. Notice how it feels in your mouth. How would you describe the texture now? Like, you know, when you eat something, how is the texture? Try to identify all the ingredients, all the different flavors. Chew thoroughly and notice how you chew and what that feels like. Focus on how your experience shifts, like moment to moment. Like, do you feel yourself getting full? Are you satisfied? Just take your time, stay present, and don't rush the experience. Put your utensils down between bites. Take time to consider how you feel, like are you hungry, are you satiated, like before picking up your utensils again. Listen to your stomach, not your taste buds. Know when you're full and stop eating. And also it's very, very important to give gratitude to the food that you're eating. Reflect on where this food came from, the plants or animals involved, and all the people involved to get the food to your plate. So being more mindful about the origins of our food can help us all make wiser and more sustainable choices. And also, like I said before, continue to eat slowly as you talk with like your partner, your dining companions, paying close attention to your body's signals of fullness. If you're eating alone, try to stay present to the experience of consuming the food. Enjoy each and every bite like it was your last. And for most of us, it's unrealistic to think we can be mindful for every bite or even for every meal we eat. The pressures of work, family commitment, family issues sometimes mean you're forced to eat on the go, or maybe have a limited window to eat something, or risk going hungry for the rest of the day. But even when you can't adhere to a strict mindful eating practice, you can still avoid eating mindlessly and ignoring your body's signals when it comes to variety, quality, and quantity. And perhaps you can take few deep breaths before eating a meal or a snack to quietly contemplate what you're about to put into your body. Are you eating in response to hunger signals, or are you eating in response to an emotional signal? Maybe you're bored or anxious, or eating because you have a craving. But in fact, your body doesn't really require nutrition. Okay. Similarly, are you eating food that is nutritionally healthy, or are you eating food that is emotionally comforting? So even if you have to eat at your desk, for example, can you take a few moments to focus all your attention on your food rather than multitasking or being distracted by your computer or by your phone? So I want you to think of mindful eating like exercises. Every little bit counts. The more you can do, like really to slow down, or maybe focus solely maybe on the process of eating, and also listen to your body, the greater satisfaction you will experience from your food, and the greater control you'll have over your diet and also your nutritional habits. So you gotta make the switch from mindless to mindful eating. No more eating on autopilot or while multitasking. Focus all your attention on your food, on the experience of eating. No more eating to fill an emotional void. Eat only to satisfy physical hunger. No more eating junk or comfort food each and every meal. Eat mostly nutritionally healthy meals and snacks. No more eating food as quickly to get it over and done with. Eat slowly, savoring every bite. No more ignoring your body's signals of fullness. Listen to your body's signals and eat only when you're full. So the type of food you eat dramatically affects your brain. It affects your body, it affects your well-being. It can affect the way you feel physically, emotionally, and also how you respond emotionally and how you manage mentally. It can boost your energy, it can boost your outlook, or it can drain your resources and make you feel sluggish, make you feel moody, make you feel dispirited. Okay? So remember that it takes energy to digest your food. If we eat food with no nutrition, often our body will become weaker and more tired and more sluggish, and the digestive system too will be tired. And we all know that we should eat less sugar, less processed foods, and more fruits, more vegetables. But if simply knowing the rules of healthy eating was enough, none of us would be overweight. None of us would be hooked on junk food. So when you eat mindfully, when you become more attuned to your body, however, you can start to feel how different foods affect you physically, mentally, and emotionally. And that can make it much easier to make the switch to healthier foods, like food choices. For example, once you realize that the sugary snack you crave when you're tired or depressed actually leaves you feeling even worse, then it's easier to manage these cravings, and it's easier to opt for a healthy option that boosts your energy, that help your mood instead. Okay? And many of us, we only really pay attention to how food makes us feel when it causes us to be physically ill. And the question we should be asking is not, does my food make me sick? But it's rather, how well does it make me feel? In other words, how much better do you feel after you eat? How much more energy, how much more enthusiasm do you have after a meal, after a snack? How does your food make you feel? So to fully explore your relationship with food, it is very important to become aware of how different foods make you feel. How do you feel after you swallow your food? How do you feel in 5 minutes, in an hour, or several hours after eating? How do you feel generally throughout the day? So to start tracking the relationship between what you eat and how it makes you feel, try the following exercise. Okay, so eat in your usual way. You select the foods, you select the amount, and then the times for eating that you normally do. Only now you add mindfulness to what you're doing. Just keep a record of all that you eat, including snacks between meals. And really, don't kid yourself. You won't remember it all unless you write it down, okay? Unless you track it in an app. So pay attention to your feelings, physical and emotional, and 5 minutes after you have eaten, or maybe 1 hour after you have eaten, or maybe 2 or 3 hours after you've eaten. Okay? And notice if there has been a shift or if there has been a change as the result of eating. Like, do you feel better or do you feel worse than before you ate? Do you feel energized? Do you feel maybe tired? Do you feel alert? Do you feel sluggish? Just notice. And keeping a record can heighten your awareness of how the meals and how the snacks you eat affect your mood, affect your well-being. So once you're able to connect your food choices to your physical, to your mental well-being, the process of selecting food becomes a matter of listening to your own body. Okay? For example, you may find that when you eat carbohydrates, you feel heavy. You feel like really tired, lethargic for hours. And therefore, carb heavy meals become something you try to avoid, right? And of course, different foods affect us all differently, according to factors such as genetics, such as lifestyle. So it may involve some trial and error, and to really find the foods and combinations of food that work best for you, especially when you eat to be productive or fully involved when you're amongst your loved ones. So you can mix and match different foods, okay, and begin to experiment with your food. Try eating less food more often, or less food, period. Less food, that's it. If you're a meat eater, spend 2 or 3 hours excluding meat from your diet, or perhaps exclude red meat but include chicken and fish more, or remove certain foods from your diet, like salt, sugar, coffee, milk, bread, gluten, for example, and see how all these affects how you feel. Just play with food combinations. Try eating solely starch meals, protein meals, fruit meals, or vegetable meals, and just keep a record of everything that you observe in yourself as you experiment with your eating habits. And the question you're trying to answer is, which eating patterns add to the quality of my life, and which doesn't? So continue experimenting with different types, different combinations, different amounts of food for 2 or 3 weeks, tracking how you feel mentally, physically, and emotionally. Okay? Now, let's talk about eating to fill a void versus eating to improve well-being. While eating undoubtedly affects how you feel, it's also very true that how you feel affects what, when, and how much you eat. Now, many of us frequently mistake feelings of anxiety, stress, or loneliness, or boredom for hunger pangs, and use food in an attempt to cope with these feelings. So the discomfort that you feel reminds you that you want something, you need something to fill a void in your life. And that void could be a better relationship, a more fulfilling job, or a spiritual need. So when you continually try to fill that void with food, you inevitably overcome, or maybe overlook, your real hunger. And as you practice this and your awareness grows, you'll become aware of how often your food consumption has nothing to do with physical hunger, and everything to do with filling an emotional need. So as you sit down to eat, I want you to ask yourself, what am I truly hungry for? Are you craving that little something to nibble on because you're genuinely hungry, or for another reason? So filling and saturating yourself with food can help mask what you're really hungry for, but only for a short time. So do you eat to feel better or relieve stress? Do you reach for a pint of ice cream when you're feeling down? Do you order a pizza if you are bored, if you're lonely? So swing by the drive-thru after a tough day at work. So this is what you normally do, right? So no matter how powerless, no matter how out of control you feel around food, there are plenty of things you can do to find more satisfying ways to feed your feelings, or to feel an emotional void. So practicing mindful eating forces you to slow down, forces you to focus on the present moment and notice what you're really feeling. And when you repeatedly ask yourself, how well do I feel after a meal, after a snack, you will begin the process of gaining awareness of your own specific nutritional needs. You will manage or your cravings, you will measure meals, you will measure snacks in terms of how they affect your well-being, and it will help you a lot. And your purpose for eating will shift from the intention of feeling full of food to the intention of feeling full with like energy and vitality. And also, don't forget taking deep breath before you eat. Breathing deeply can often help you to pacify hunger, especially when that hunger really isn't about food. And oxygen fuels the body, and breathing deeply can increase your energy, can increase your sense of well-being. So as you breathe deeply, you also relax and relieve stress and tension, and also your hunger. Okay, so pause to enjoy your food. Whenever you feel hungry and before every meal, take 10 slow deep breaths and reflect on what it is you really want. Ask yourself, what is it that I'm really hungry for? Is it food? How hungry am I? Just continue to ask these questions throughout the meal. And don't forget to keep a food diary. It will encourage you to eat healthier foods, such as more fruits, more vegetables, as well as asking for smaller portions, and you will regain back control over your life. And okay, we'll talk a little bit about gut health quickly. So for the longest time, people thought of the gut as a system to simply absorb nutrients and also eliminate waste. It was simply thought as food processor that had little to do with heart disease, mental health, autoimmune disease, arthritis, fatigue, aging, fertility, skin issues, cancer, or obesity. And however, everything, that has all changed. New science has finally confirmed that all disease begins in the gut. And indeed, the latest research not only confirms that the gut is important for immune or mental or emotional or hormonal health, it's absolutely vital. And the gut is not just a tube that moves food from one end of the body to the other. It's our body's first line of defense between us and between the external world. But more than that, it's a complex system teeming with millions of living microscopic organisms. It's a community of bacteria, fungi, viruses, which we call the microbiome, which are crucial to a whole host of bodily functions. So your gut is your gateway to health. It occupies 80% of your immune system. And without a healthy gut, it is nearly impossible to have a healthy immune system. And gut health is important in for a number of reasons, including your mental, physical, and emotional health. Now, while some of these bacteria are beneficial, others are not. And as a result, the number and composition of your gut bacteria can greatly affect both your physical and your mental health. And the gut and the brain, they're one. Your mental state is directly linked to the health of your gut. Symptoms like pain, symptoms like inflammation, or maybe fatigue, they're your body's check engine lights. And these are the signs that your body is saying something is off here, or something needs your attention here. And most gut issues come from an unhealthy microbiome, come from a poor digestion, come from an overactive immune system. So the microbiome is the mix of bacteria, fungi, and viruses, and more that really inhabit your digestive system. Think of it like the vital organ you never knew you had. So, what are the signs of gut health problems? Well, everyone at some point experienced digestive problems such as abdominal pain, gas, bloating, heartburn, nausea, vomiting, and all these. If all these symptoms persist, it's important to check out with your doctor, and because there can be an underlying issue there, like weight loss without a good reason, like blood in the stool, like black stool. This is a sign of bleeding in the gut, like severe vomiting, like fever, severe stomach pain, stomach aches, or difficulty swallowing food, and or jaundice, or like, how do you call that, discoloration of the skin. This can potentially indicate an underlying gastrointestinal problem, and if you have that, just consult your doctor if any of these symptoms occur. And it's also very important to reduce stress, which has a twofold effect on your immune system. So first, it accelerates your immune system and produces a wave of inflammation, which makes rise to it really increases it, because your immune system face stresses like attacks and famine. And then what happens is that it suppresses your immune system, because your body knows that sustaining a high level of inflammation is dangerous. And the trouble is that most of us don't experience stress in the form of temporary events. We're much more likely to experience like chronic stress that sends your immune system on a roller coaster, like the roller coaster of accelerating up and also slowing back down over and over again. So if that sounds exhausting to you, your immune system thinks so too. In fact, your immune system often responds to chronic or escalating stress by triggering or worsening an autoimmune condition. So whether it's through yoga, meditation, listening to music, or maybe an art therapy, or relieving your activity that you enjoy, relieving your stress is incredibly very helpful to reduce inflammation and giving your immune system a well-deserved break so that it can get back in track. Now, everyone manages stress differently, and there is no perfect way to handle it. The key is to figure out what strategies work for you, work best for you. You can go on a walk with your dog. You can maybe do some yoga, do some breathing exercises by breathing into your stomach. Like when you breathe in, your belly goes out like a big balloon. Then you relax, you contract. Then you eat your food. You chew your food mindfully. You start your day with apple cider vinegar, or with apple cider vinegar and lemon, or with lemon and water and honey. And you avoid like gluten containing foods. You incorporate like veg or bone broth. You eat lots of fermented food daily, supported with probiotics, and daily bowel movements are a must. Okay, and also trying to exercise at least 4 times per week. Drink filtered water and stay hydrated, at least 2.5 liters of water, and know which food can contribute to a healthy gut and which one doesn't. Okay, this is a good place to start with. And also try replacing processed foods like high sugar, high fat foods with whole foods. This can include foods like collagen boosting foods like bone broth, salmon. This can help protect your intestinal wall and improve digestion. There's also high fiber foods, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, oats, peas, avocados, bananas, berries. They're full of fiber, and they help to digest your food properly. There are also foods high in omega-3 fatty acids like salmon, flax seeds. They're packed with omega-3s, which can help to reduce inflammation, which can also help to improve your digestion. So when it comes to reducing your toxic burden, you have two main goals: prevention and detoxification. You can prevent or minimize toxin exposure by eating organic foods, by minimizing your use of plastic, by filtering your air and water, by using toxin-free body product which just doesn't contain like hydroquinone or parabens. And I will share with you a few foods that can help your brain and give you the energy, give you the vitality that you need to overcome mental fog, mental tiredness, and it's going to boost your brain and your memory power. Okay? Because you are what you eat. What you eat affects your brain. It affects your body. So you want foods that are rich in antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, and that contains lots of good things, right? So here goes. You might want to grab a pen and paper and to take notes. So our first brain food is avocados. This helps to keep healthy blood flow. It's a good source of monounsaturated fats. Then there are blueberries that we call the brain berries. It protects your brain from oxidative stress. It reduces the effects of brain aging conditions. And rats who ate blueberries had improved overall learning capacity and motor skills and were mentally younger. Then you have broccoli. That's a remarkable source of fiber rich in vitamin K, and it helps to enhance cognitive functions. It helps to improve brain power. Then there's coconut oil, which is a medium chain fatty acids, which ignites your body's fat burning furnaces to help create ketones. Okay. Then there's eggs, full of memory improving choline. There's omega-3s, vitamin E. There's green leafy vegetables, spinach, kale. There's good sources of folate. Kale has lots of folate and vitamin. And there's salmon, fish rich in omega-3s, DHA, sardines, tuna. They're very good as well. There's turmeric, which helps to reduce inflammation. It helps boost antioxidant. It helps keep your immune system or improve your brain memory as well. And you can start your day with turmeric tea, like combine turmeric or just add some pepper in it, and it's very good for inflammation. Then there are walnuts, high levels of antioxidants and zinc. It's rich in vitamin E, and it wards off brain aging conditions. There's lots of magnesium, which improve your mood and improve your brain. There's dark chocolate, improve your focus, improve your concentration and your mood. It stimulates endorphins. And the darker the chocolate, the purer, the better for your brain. Okay, so it's time for us to make a greater connection to where our food comes from, how it's produced, and the journey it is taken to our plate. So my mission is to honor and support those of you who have been diagnosed with anxiety, with panic attacks, or depression, or any emotional, physical, mental health, or an autoimmune diseases, whatever it is, by arming you with a customized nutritional plan and the tools to find a true solution to your condition and to turn that solution into a new way of life. And I hope this information gets you started on that journey. I've helped loads of people all over the world on WhatsApp, on Skype. Lots of people reverse their autoimmune disease and reclaim their health. And you can learn more about my dietary based program on prettylux.com. mindmaster.com, or on Facebook you can just type Rediscover Yourself or Mindmaster04. Thank you.
We live in a world where we often find ourselves struggling to balance various aspects of our lives, where we have conflicting priorities and are unable to find time to do the things that we love to do. Dr. Marilyn Cornelius is a consultant, coach, facilitator, speaker, author, and teacher who integrates practices such as behavioral sciences, design thinking, and meditation, just to name a few, to support leaders with addressing challenges such as climate change, lifestyle diseases, and stress. I got my passport ready. I hope you do too, as we now head off to Fiji to hear how we can harmonize to rise and for a stress detox.
Hi there, how are you? My name is Marilyn Cornelius, and I'm a speaker in topic 2 for mental health. And my topic is harmonize to rise. What does it mean to harmonize different aspects of our lives? So I'll be talking to you today about what it means and how do you harmonize different aspects of your life, the social, the emotional, the professional, the financial, and the personal. Then we will look at the difference between harmonizing these aspects of your life versus work-life balance. And what does it mean for your wellness if you harmonize these aspects of your life? And then I'll close with my own model, which is called career manifestation. So let's begin. What does it mean to harmonize different aspects of your life? And how do we achieve that? And why would we want to? Let's look at an example first. So let's say that you are a salesperson and you're selling furniture. So as a salesperson, you know the markup that you have on your furniture and you want to make the biggest profit that you can. So you're selling furniture to a family and you mark up the price and you refuse to bring it down past a certain amount because your goal is to make profit for your company. And that's what you get paid to do. Now, the next day, you take your family out and you want to buy furniture. So you go to another store that you know is a little bit cheaper than yours, but they don't bring the price down very much. And then you get angry with them. So here in one realm, you're the salesperson and you want to make your profit. In the other realm, you're the consumer and you want to bring the price down. So there's a cognitive dissonance happening between your role as a salesperson and your role as a consumer, as a family member who wants to take care of their family with the best possible furniture at the lowest price. So the economic system can create what we call cognitive dissonance, a difference in what role we take and what our values are. On the one hand, you just want to make a lot of money. On the other hand, you want to save a lot of money. So we can be in a state where we're in a lack of harmony because here we are trying to do opposing things based on whether we're at work or whether we're with our family shopping. It's just one example of all the ways that we can be in contradictory roles and we can feel like hypocrites. How can we be the same person all the time? The same person as a salesperson, the same person as a consumer, the same person as a father or a mother or a sister or a brother or a daughter or a son or a partner, a husband or a wife? It is very difficult. The answer lies in how to be authentic. So being authentic means being true to yourself. If you know who you are, then you can love yourself, and be yourself in all situations to the extent possible. For example, in the salesperson example, you do need to abide by the principles of your organization, right? Otherwise, they'll take you out of that job and let you go. But within that, how can you be as authentic as possible to who you are? And perhaps if you find that your authentic self is not interested in profit making, perhaps you will leave that job and you will shift your career. And in many cases, people have left their jobs to stand up for their values when the job interferes with your values. And so creating harmony between your financial and professional life, your personal life, your social life, your emotional life is not easy. And as we navigate work and university or school or family or romantic relationships, it can be very difficult. So one of the biggest things we need to pay attention to is our true self. Who are we really? What is authentic for us? And how can we be that person more and more of the time? It's not easy, but it's very important. And harmonizing all these aspects of your life cannot happen unless you are in tune with who you really are. So spending time alone, learning about yourselves, your likes, your dislikes, your values, your principles is a very, very important aspect. Spending time in nature is very important because nature is a healer. As you'll see in my stress detox, nature is a direct healing system for our bodies. We are wired for that. Also, meditation is very important. When we meditate, we can still the thoughts and become aware of who we really are as the observer of our lives and what our soul wants us to do. What is our true purpose? So some might say, well, I have perfect work-life balance, so I'm in harmony. So let's look at that example. Let's say that you have a nice job and you work 8 to 5. You're good at it. Maybe you're an accountant and you're really, really good at crunching the numbers, and your boss is really proud of you. Your coworkers look up to you. You work 8 to 5, you come home, you kiss the wife, kiss the kids, you go out to the gym, you come home, have dinner, you shower, have dinner, and go to bed. And every day you do the same thing. On the weekends, you take your family out. And every weekend, you do the same things. It could be that you have perfect work-life balance in terms of work time, family time, exercise. Well, what about your me time? What about your inner exploration of your desires and your passions? What if you are miserable in your job, even though you're good at it, but you're miserable because it's not your passion? What will you do then? So you see, you could be in perfect work-life balance in the sense of doing the things and going through the motions, making your mortgage payments, showing up to work on time, doing excellent work. But you could be miserable inside because you don't have any time for yourself. You don't have any time to figure out your passion, your true purpose in life. Perhaps you're not doing what you were born to do. If you're not doing what you were born to do, then why are you here? What are you doing here? You could be doing all of these other things. I gave a talk yesterday and many people came to me and said, Marilyn, I feel like I'm living this other life and I don't know who I am. I was talking about feminine and masculine qualities and I was talking about authenticity. So again, you could have the work-life balance, but you could be miserable because you're not in harmony with who you really are. So let's say you are in harmony with who you are. What does that mean for your wellness and your stress level? Well, it's going to be profound because you're not pretending anymore. You don't have to be playing a role anymore. You don't have to go to the 9 to 5 or the 8 to 5 job if that's not who you are. And that was my experience. I realized that I want to work for myself because I have a broad range of services to offer. I don't fit into a narrow job. I tried a narrow climate change job. I tried a narrow wellness job or a leadership role, but I want to do all of those. And I am doing all of those using my own company, which is registered here in Fiji, where I'm speaking from, and also in America. And I'm a dual citizen. I get to help people around the world using my own model, my own models, my own frameworks, my own company, my own mission, my own vision, my own philosophy. So when you are being your true self in your authenticity, your stress will go down because you'll fall in love with yourself, fall in love with your talent, your work. You will fall in love with service. And then you'll be unstoppable. You'll be prolific and creative. So let's move on to my model for how to harmonize all these different aspects of your life. I call it career manifestation. So the first step is self-love. And many people say, no, that's very selfish. I don't want to spend time on myself. I want to take care of everybody else. Especially women, we are conditioned that way. But a lot of men, they want to be the provider, the protector, and they don't focus on themselves. But what if you have trauma inside? What if you're unhappy inside and you focus on everybody else? You're going to neglect yourself. You're going to become miserable. You might become anxious or depressed, stressed. Self-love means treating yourself the way you would treat your child or your best friend, with kindness, with compassion, with respect, encouragement and support, and unconditional love, being there for yourself, nurturing yourself and finding out who you are, taking yourself on a date, Finding out what your passion is, what your purpose in life feels like. That is self-love. Once you have self-love, then you can take step 2. Step 2 is to go inside your trauma. Whatever behavioral patterns you're exhibiting, habits, negative habits, fears, anger, we all have some kind of trauma in our lives. Maybe something happened to us as a child. Maybe we were yelled at, we were bullied, maybe we were abused. I was abused when I was 2 years old. So I had to work on my trauma, but it's very hard to work on trauma if you haven't loved yourself and you have that foundation of self-love. Second step, you go into your trauma and you work on it, you heal it, you get help. So as you remove your trauma, you become lighter. And as the trauma removes itself, as you heal, the true self emerges. And when the true self emerges, you become creative, you become playful, you become confident, you become humble, you become service-oriented, and you realize who you really are, and you realize what you were born to do. Then, and only then, once the true self has emerged, which is step 3, then you can move on to step 4. Step 4 is career manifestation. You move out of your job into your career, into your calling. Your life purpose puts you in alignment with your job. And now you can be the same person everywhere because you know your mission, you know your soul mission, your soul level purpose. Now you know what you were born to do. And now when you start to do it, you become charismatic, you become enigmatic. People want to be around you because your energy is in alignment. You are in harmony now. You're being your true self. And as your true self, you can serve. You can serve the planet, you can serve people, you can serve plants and animals and ecosystems. You become whole and your work benefits others and you love your work and you can earn money for your work and you can make time for your family. You can make time for your hobbies, your pursuits, your holidays, because now you are living in true balance, true harmony, because you know yourself and you can be yourself and you can love yourself. That is true harmony. So now pause and think about what would it take for you to be in this beautiful harmony? Self-love, addressing your trauma, letting your true self emerge, your true purpose in life, and then manifesting your true career, your true calling. And the true calling of the true self is always service and always with love. Love is the greatest transformative energy in the world, in the universe. And so cultivate that self-love and it'll allow you to forgive yourself for ways in the past where you haven't stood up for yourself. And then you'll be able to go forth and love everyone with compassion, with service, with humility. This is true harmony. I hope you've enjoyed my talk and I hope you enjoy my stress detox. This has been a beautiful connection from my heart to yours, talking about harmonize to rise, talking about mental health, talking about what it really means to be in true harmony. You cannot be in harmony if you don't know who you are. So go inside, spend time with yourself alone, explore your hobbies, your skills, your talents, love yourself. Everything else will come from that, and you will notice the difference. You will be a different person. You'll be true to yourself. You'll be authentic. And when you're in harmony, you will bring harmony to others. It's been really, really enjoyable for me to share this with you. All my love to you. All the best. Enjoy the rest of the summit. Bye now. Hi there, how are you? It's time for our stress detox. You know that we all carry stress every day from our interactions with people and our work, perhaps studies, perhaps we're looking after children and we have other family activities. We tend to accumulate stress. We also accumulate stress from the way we think. Sometimes we worry or we fret about others or about situations, perhaps exams or job interviews. And so our body becomes a receptacle, a repository for stress. And there are many ways to de-stress. Meditation is an important way. Heartfulness cleaning is a beautiful way that I use every day. And I've also been trained in guided visualizations. So we're going to try that today. how to visualize your stress and get rid of it. So let's prepare for our stress detox. So you want to adjust your posture, straighten your back, close your eyes. You can place your hands in your lap or on your knees, whatever's comfortable for you. Make contact with the ground with your feet, sitting up straight with a straight spine. Breathing slowly and naturally, allowing yourself to come into this moment with the breath, breathing in and breathing out slowly, gently. And again, breathing in and breathing out very slowly. Repeating your slow breathing and allowing yourself to be present as you breathe. Noticing your thoughts and if they are wandering away. And if you notice that you are wandering away with them, just bring yourself back. Stay in the moment. Be present in your body. Begin to slow down and be present in the moment. Simply being here. Not carried away with the river of your thoughts, but right here. And as you pause here, allowing the breath to be conscious and slow and easeful, you have spaciousness. You have the ability to pay attention to whatever is happening right now in your body. Beginning to notice your body seated on your chair. Becoming aware of yourself sitting here now in this moment. Breathing slowly and gently. And if your thoughts are wandering, just bring them back. Slowly becoming aware of the inside of your body. Becoming aware and noticing any areas of tension. We can start now to visualize the tension. Scanning the body from head to toe very slowly, starting from the top of your head. Visualizing any areas of stress or tension as gray areas or dark areas, like heavy clouds lingering as you scan your body from head to toe, slowly noticing if there are clouds, heaviness in your head, in your neck, perhaps in the throat, in the back of the neck. Using your conscious awareness to visualize any areas of stress and tension as dark clouds. Noticing your shoulders, if you have dark, heavy clouds lingering in the shoulders. In the back, moving down the back, down the spine, perhaps your middle or your lower back is feeling heavy. If you see any dark clouds, notice them. Moving into the front of your body, the chest, the heart, the lungs, the stomach and solar plexus area, the belly. Noticing any dark clouds. Coming back up to the shoulders and moving down into the arms, noticing any heaviness, any dark, cloudy energies. Becoming aware of the forearms, the wrists, the hands, the fingers, traveling with your consciousness back up to the upper arms, the shoulders, beginning to become very aware of the tension in your body, any stress as dark, heavy clouds, moving into the hips, into the pelvic area, noticing any heaviness, any dark clouds, moving into the thighs, down to the knees. Do you have clouds in the upper legs, any heavy energy? Moving down to the calves, the shins, the feet, the ankles, the toes. Noticing if there are any heavy energies, any dark clouds. Becoming aware of your entire body now and becoming aware, visualizing the tensions, the stressors in your body as dark clouds. And now we will travel back up with our conscious attention to the top of our heads, keeping in clear view and visualizing the dark clouds. And beginning to notice that there is no effort needed from your side. There is nothing that you need to do, but simply noticing quietly and attentively, easily noticing the clouds at the top of your head, any heavy energy, any stress, any tension is beginning to evaporate. Simply allowing those dark, heavy clouds to evaporate now from the top of the head, releasing the heavy clouds into the sky, allowing Mother Nature to take it from you with grace, with ease. So now the heavy clouds are evaporating from the top of your head, releasing on their own with no effort from you, from your head, your eyes, your face, your ears, the back of your head, any and all heavy clouds, any and all stress, evaporating, feeling lighter already. Your neck is releasing and evaporating the tension. Your neck feeling lighter and more relaxed as the heavy clouds evaporate. Your shoulders now evaporating the tension. Feeling the tension evaporate and noticing it, visualizing the dark clouds of stress evaporating into vapor, into thin air, going upwards into the sky, being absorbed by Mother Nature. Your shoulders are feeling so relaxed as you release the heavy clouds. They're evaporated from your shoulders. Noticing your arms feeling lighter, all the stress now evaporating directly into the sky, allowing Mother Nature to take away any tension and stress from your arms, your forearms, your hands, your wrists, every finger releasing, evaporating. Notice how light and relaxed your arms and hands are feeling. Now bringing your attention to the collarbones, releasing from the collarbones, the upper chest, your heart, your lungs, allowing the chest to release these dark clouds of stress, watching them evaporate into the sky, allowing Mother Nature to take it from you. Feeling your chest area opening, feeling lighter in the chest as the dark clouds continue to evaporate from the belly, from the front of your body, your reproductive area, your belly, your solar plexus, becoming lighter as the dark clouds of stress evaporate. Turning your attention slowly and mindfully to your upper back, releasing the dark clouds of stress from your upper back, consciously allowing and releasing, letting nature clean your upper back, lifting away the dark clouds of tension and stress, moving down into the middle and lower back, simply allowing nature to remove these dark clouds, watching them simply evaporate with such ease. No effort is required from you. You are a child of nature and you're simply asking nature to remove your stress. Noticing your lower back. If you're holding any tension in the lower back, allowing it consciously now to be released. Allowing the dark clouds to evaporate. Visualizing that evaporation happening now, happening so easily. As we move our attention from the lower back into the hips and the pelvic area, any tension and stress we might be holding in the root chakra is now evaporating. Those dark clouds of stress in the root chakra evaporating, lifting up into the sky directly, absorbed and healed by Mother Nature. Noticing your entire upper body, your back, your torso feeling lighter, having released and surrendered the stress to Mother Nature. Moving your attention from the hips into the upper legs, your thighs and knees. Any heavy energy, any dark clouds now evaporating directly into the sky. Feeling this lightness of being in your upper legs. Moving your attention down into the shins and the calves. Releasing any dark clouds, allowing them and watching them evaporate. Moving your attention to the ankles and the toes. Any heaviness, any tension, any stress, now evaporated into the sky, directly by Mother Nature. Becoming present again and scanning your body from your toes to your head. Taking the time to watch any remaining stress, any remaining tension to simply evaporate easily and naturally. As a child of nature, you are able to release all your stressors into nature, allowing the divine Mother Nature to absorb your stress now. Allowing every last bit of stress and tension to be evaporated. Noticing your body is clear, like glass, super clear. No more traces of tension, no more dark clouds remain in your body. Now bringing your attention mindfully, gently and slowly to your feet. Visualizing roots growing from your feet down, all the way down to the core of the earth. Sending your roots down intentionally from the soles of your feet to the center of the earth. There is the molten lava, the beautiful fiery orange energy of life. Drawing that life-giving, creative energy from the roots into your feet. Noticing the revitalizing energy, this orange light, entering your feet. Now it is moving up into the ankles, into the shins and calves, revitalizing, re-energizing your legs. The direct creative force of Mother Earth from the core of the earth into your body. Now moving up into the knees and the thighs, feeling yourself becoming energized. The orange light has filled your lower body. It's now moving into the hips and the pelvic area, filling the lower body completely with orange light. Now the orange light is moving into the belly, into the lower back, swirling into the root chakra, moving up the belly, into the solar plexus, into the chest, the stomach, the liver, the chest, the lungs, the heart, and your spine and your back, feeling the tingling, the revitalizing energy of this orange light directly from the molten lava at the core of the earth. Feel the energy moving. Your torso is now filled with orange light swirling. Beautiful. Allowing it to come up to the shoulders, the collarbones, spilling into the shoulders, relaxing the shoulders and energizing them at the same time, spilling the orange light down your arms, into the hands and fingers, feeling the power of the earth in your arms, allowing the orange light to travel back up to the shoulders, filling your neck, straightening your neck and tilting your chin, filling your face now, your head, your eyes, nose, mouth, your ears, your forehead, the top of your head and the back of your head, filled with orange light. Visualize this energy penetrating, permeating all of your 53 trillion cells. Now, your organs, all your cells, filled with orange light, beautiful, life-affirming, creative energy, revitalizing you, giving you a beautiful sense of energized awakeness, alertness. You are awake and alive and alert, filled with the life of the earth. Noticing this feeling, comparing it to how you felt before you started this detox. Feeling energized, ready for whatever is coming next. Noticing this energy moving throughout your body, this beautiful orange light. For a few more moments, enjoy the sensation of taking in the beautiful energy of Mother Earth. Becoming aware of your breathing again. Breathing slowly and gently, taking your time. Allowing the breath to bring you back into the body, mindfully, consciously breathing in. And slowly breathing out. Again, breathing in. Breathing out slowly and easily. Allowing yourself to come back to the breath. Taking your time to breathe, to notice that your mind, your body are feeling clear and energized, cleansed of stress, filled with energy and light, filled with the creative force of Mother Earth directly from her to you. And gently and slowly, when you feel ready, you may wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, bringing movement back into the body. Becoming aware of the sensation of your fingers and toes moving. And when you are ready, you may open your eyes. Bring yourself back gently and slowly into the chair, into your body, into the room, allowing yourself to notice how you feel now compared to the way you felt before. Taking a few moments here. If it's too much, you can close your eyes again. for a few breaths and then open them back up again. Noticing how you feel, noticing the beautiful relaxation, the beautiful release that is possible for you, simply with your conscious mind, allowing the release of stress, visualizing the release of stress, and visualizing, receiving directly the energy of Mother Earth. I hope that you enjoyed the stress detox today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Take care and bye for now.
Umesh Amarnani is the managing director of several global businesses in the sectors of oil and gas, specialty chemicals, laboratories, and steel barrel manufacturing. The businesses that he runs have active initiatives in social responsibility covering schools and corporates. Their non-for-profit company called Evolve focuses on providing underprivileged girls with school supplies and heartfulness relaxation across Nigeria. AJ Godwin Gabriel is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. He is currently the General Manager of Operations at Paysgate Limited and is responsible for operational excellence through processes and procedures to ensure delivery of quality product services. He has a passion for mentoring, coaching, and developing the younger generations to discover their true self and loves to see growth and glow in their area of discovered passion. What does it mean to live authentically? How can I be my authentic self? Let's head out to Nigeria to find out.
Hello everyone, my name is Umesh Amarnani. I'm an Indian businessman, a global citizen living in Nigeria. I'm married, I have 3 children, and I'm the managing director of a company called Paysgate. We run a group of companies here in Lagos, Nigeria.
My name is Godwin AJ. I'm the GM operation of Paysgate. I'm a chartered accountant. My proficiency is in operation and supply chain. I'm married with 2 lovely children, and I'm a Nigerian. I've got passion for the youth, to teach and to coach.
We together will be talking on this topic of being fearlessly you. The flow of the talk will have concepts, practices, and guiding principles that we believe in, followed by my personal story and how I've used these guidelines in my personal life. Godwin will then tell you his story, and we will then share with you our collective journey in the business. During the talk, there will be some quotes that you will see of philosophers who have inspired us, and also a video on our initiative that we are doing. The first principle that we need to be aware of is that change is constant, and we're all part of an evolutionary process. There's a philosopher by the name of Alan Watts who said, the only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, and join the dance. The second principle that we need to be aware of is that nobody's perfect. We need to understand that it's okay to be perfect in some ways and be imperfect in other ways. There's another quote by the philosopher Joe Rogan who said, you are allowed to be both a masterpiece and a work in progress at the same time. The next key aspect is to understand what is your purpose. Now, there's a difference between passion and purpose. Passion is something that you really want to do. Purpose is usually related to society, how you help people in your environment that is external to you. This is a quote by Simon Sinek. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. This can apply to both individuals and organizations. Organizations that have their why clearly defined create a loyalty. He uses the example of HP versus Apple. While HP just talks about selling computers with different features, Apple talks about challenging the status quo, thinking differently, making people believe that they're a certain part of a cult, which makes them different and creates that loyalty. So the next step is to understand what is the impact that you want to have in this life and what legacy you want to leave behind. To find out what your why is, the key is to understand what you're really good at. Now, to find out what you're really good at, to some people it may come naturally. Here's a quote by Tony Robbins: "Why live an ordinary life when you can live an extraordinary one?" The examples in music are Mozart and Beethoven and Chris Martin. The examples in art are Monet, Hussein, and Salvador Dali. The examples in sport are Roger Federer, Messi, and Ronaldo. The examples in invention today are Elon Musk and Albert Einstein. So I asked myself, what am I really good at? And I found that I am good at business, building businesses, working with teams, leading teams, problem solving. My why is to serve humanity, live a balanced life, and inspire people to be the best version of themselves. How did I discover my why? It's through meditation. Meditation really helped me understand my purpose. It's still a work in progress, but I discovered I really wanted to find a path to help me, to guide me. It took me several years to find something I could relate to. So in 2011, I discovered Heartfulness through a DJ who's an Iranian guy. He told me about a path that he was following in India, and we together traveled to India, and I discovered Heartfulness. Heartfulness is a simple heart-based meditation which allows you to reflect internally to yourself. It's a meditation that involves transmission of energy. So the practice involves sitting for 30 to 45 minutes every day in the morning, reflecting your thoughts, your feelings in a journal, going through a cleaning process at night, a universal prayer, and a bedtime prayer. These simple tools, over a period of time of constant practice, have helped me understand myself better. The principles of the path are so well explained that if one follows them, you get to know yourself better. One is pure and simple. Here's a famous quote by Aristotle: "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit." The heartfulness practice describes life like a bird's wings. One wing is spirituality, and the other wing is materialism. You need both in order to move forward. If you're just spiritual, you end up moving in circles to one side. If you're just materialistic, you move to the other side. But if you balance it together, you move forward like a bird does when they are in flight. I found that analogy very appropriate because you need both balance in order to move forward and be successful. We've applied this in our lives here, and I'd like to tell you more about it. Another way that you can actually ensure success is to have a balanced wheel of life. A wheel of life has 8 sections on a pie. You have business and career, finances, spirituality, health, family and friends, romance, personal growth, that is mental education, and fun and recreation. So every year you monitor where you are and where you'd like to be by setting yourself goals in each of these aspects. This is important because you don't get too carried away with any specific aspect of your life and leave the other aspects behind. I found this to be very useful in monitoring my progress. So every year at the beginning of the year, my wife and I, we do our Wheel of Lives together by seeing where we are and where we'd like to be a year from now. And then we together support each other in achieving that. We've actually started using this in our company, where we have all our business leaders and the executives do their own respective Wheel of Lives and then share that with their families, so we can have a holistic way of life in order for us to be able to achieve what we are good at and what our why is. So these are the tools that help us. When you apply these principles to a business, if you look at a business, what is the primary purpose of a business? Most businesses exist to make a profit. But if you understand why an organization exists, what is the organization's why? So what is the organization's purpose? In our organization, our purpose is to give back to the community, where we married our why, which is to serve humanity, to the organization's why. So we help communities that we serve by giving back. The headquarters for the Heartfulness Institute is in Hyderabad, and they have a program for schools called S Connect, and they have a program for corporates called C Connect. We found that if we help follow the S Connect and C Connect programs here in giving back to our communities we serve, we would have the best impact. My colleague Godwin will share with you some of the initiatives we have taken on the S Connect and C Connect program with our non-for-profit company Evolve.
My purpose, I believe it is divine, is to help and solve problems and also to help others to succeed in their calling. My purpose, I believe, is to teach, to coach, and also to speak to the youth to help them realize their divine calling. Now, one of the big problems I've realized is that the youth at a point in their life does not know what's next. I think that is a major crossroad where we need to speak to them. And I found that because I struggled in my own time also, I found out that when I got to that point in my life, through the help of mentorship and some books, I'd realized that there's a light inside of me. Once that light was lit, I discovered what I think my purpose was actually. So my passion in life today is to help the younger generation and the youth to discover that light inside of them, so that crossroad, which is a mist, can be clear to them. Now, I've seen this worked. For example, a couple of youth I mentored through a program last year discovered that they were actually on the wrong path little, but they didn't know. Now, after a few hours of mentorship with them, the light actually lit in them, and a couple of them actually discovered what they think their calling was really. One was studying medicine in the university, but realized that his passion actually is in sound engineering. I saw the light in him, and it's a small light in one that can light the whole society. This, for me, was a passion. Now, this resonated so strongly with the company I work with now, which is PaceGate. And PaceGate, as a company, created a platform, a CSR platform, where we could give back to the society. This is one of our core values, to put smile in the faces of others. And because of that, the CSR has two arms, which is the S Connect and the C Connect. We brought this to Nigeria, and we have deployed this as a company already. And this is working. And I'd like to speak a little bit about the S Connect and the C Connect. Now let me talk a bit about the S Connect. We've deployed this already in Nigeria, and the purpose of the S Connect is to give back to the society, and in our case, we're giving back to the girl child by providing educational material for the girl child. Now, a project drawn down, there were over 100 initiatives that the experts think will reverse the impact of global warming. Now, number 5 and number 6 of those initiatives were the education of the girl child and family planning. Now, because PaceGates, one of our major value is to give back to the society, we thought we could immediately bring that impact to the life of the girl child. And through our non-for-profit organization called Evolve, PaceGate began the CSR initiative, which is the S Connect, where we identified 1,000 girl child so far, and we've given them educational material, school bags, school sandals, books, pens, school uniforms to over 1,000 girl child across 6 schools in Lagos, Nigeria. Now the feedback from that was the joy we could see in the faces of the children, the testimonial from some of the parents, and also the teachers. They were very grateful that we were able to put a smile on the faces of the girl child. Very impactful aspect of the CSR initiative was the heartfulness meditation that we also taught the children. They were so relaxed, and we got a feedback from them, and they said it was very, very impactful. We are glad as a business to be part of the life of the girl child and to see them smile. So we will show you a short video of one of our CSR programs shortly. Initiative, it's an initiative of PaceGates where we intend to give back to the society first, which is important, and also particularly the girl child. And the initiative is all about providing school and educational material for the girl child. We believe they are one of the important aspects of families, and the education is also very important. And so we thought as a company, because we are responsible, we want to give back to society. And on the global chart of the problems in the world today, the girl child education stands as the number 6 biggest problem in the world. And we thought it's a place where if we come in, we will actually bring in a lot of impact in it.
Relax your eyes, your forehead, all the way to the top of your head. Relax.
So calm, relax, as if I just woke up from sleep.
Thank you, sir. It's a very nice exercise.
Considering all what you have done for them, giving a child school bag, school uniform, sandal, set of stationaries, and biro. It goes a long way for them.
So when I checked it, I saw school bag, uniform, and school sandal, and book and biro. So I was very happy.
I really appreciate it because it has encouraged a lot of students to work hard, because very many of them don't really have this gift. So to encourage some of them to have to come to school regularly.
There are some people that have already come here before, but they have already promised us, but I've never seen anything. I thank them that so they give us this bag, and I'm so happy for it.
So let me talk a bit about the C Connect. We in PaceGate, we surround ourselves with the best. Our business partners and our clients are one of the best in the industry. And because of that, we are in partnership with the Adizes Institute. Adizes Institute is in California, in the United States of America. The Adizes Institute help organizations to discover their purpose, institute proper culture, and also to help in organizational reformation. Now we are in partnership with them in the last 6 to 7 months, and it has been a huge impact for us as a business. They have brought to us what we call mutual trust and respect, where everyone in PaceGate we respect ourselves, we trust ourselves, and mutually we believe we can achieve better by so doing. Now because in PaceGate we love to tell good stories and we love to share what we have benefited, we are also in talk with our clients and our partners to also introduce the Adizes concept to them. If they buy into it, which we believe and hope they do, and the Adizes Institute will also bring the same thing they've brought to PaceGate also to them, where they can also develop mutual trust and respect. We believe most of the internal problems in organization are better solved when there is mutual trust and respect. This is working for us in PaceGate. We believe it will work for them also. And because we are all in Nigeria, it's a concept that is working for us. It will also work for them.
I hope you enjoyed our talk today on being fearlessly you. That our case study of our life inspired you, motivated you to be the best version of yourself. And while you're busy planning your life, please remember to always be living in the present, as the present moment is all that you really have. Thank you very much for listening, and we wish you all the very best. This is a quote by Eckhart Tolle. Realize deeply that the present moment is all you have. Make the now the primary focus of your life.
I think it's time for a yoga break.
So let's relax. Just observe how your body feels right now. Observe how your mind feels. And observe if your thoughts are in the past, dwelling on things that happened, or worrying about the future. Just observe. And don't be distracted by any sounds, noises. It's okay, just be where you are right now, listening to my voice, relaxing your whole body, letting go of your shoulders, your arms, the world is as it is. There's nothing that you can actually do. You don't have control. So just relax and remain in awareness. Just observe your body. Keeping your spine straight so energy can flow. And make sure you're not holding any tension in your shoulders. Forehead completely relaxed. So we're going to breathe in, belly goes out. Like a big balloon, expand the rib cage, the diaphragm. So place your right palm on your abdomen, your left palm on your chest. Just breathe in, belly goes out. Like a big balloon, taking in as much air as you can, then breathe out. Breathe in, filling your lungs with air, and then let go. Relax. Breathe in. Breathe out. In. Feel the rising and falling of your abdomen. Breathe out. And slowly relax both your hands. And you're going to look on your right. Go maximum as if you're looking behind you. Breathe in. And then you breathe out other side. Nodding to a no. Breathe in to your right, maximum. Feel the stretch on the left side of your neck. Then breathe out. Continue at your own pace, 4 more. And I want you to think about what are the things that you need to say no to. No to fears, all the limiting beliefs that you have, the lies that you tell yourself that you're not enough, despite your best effort, you think it's not enough, you're not smart enough, beautiful enough, worthy enough, lovable enough. Say no to all these not enough, all these lies you keep telling about you. One noise. And slowly relax, center, drop your head back, breathe in. And then breathe out, chin to chest. Breathe in, head back. Breathe out, head down, chin to chest. Continue at your own pace. And I want you to think about things that you need to say yes now. Yes to peace, yes to health. Yes to abundance. Breathe out. And slowly you're going to breathe in and breathe out. Belly goes out, breathe in. Breathe out, relax your shoulders completely. You're going to drop your right ear to your right shoulder. And then look up, breathe in. Breathe out, look down. Feel that beautiful stretch in your neck. In, up, and out. In, and out. One last. In, and out. Relax, center. Drop your left ear to your left shoulder. Look up, breathe in. Breathe out, look down. In, up, and out. One nose. In, and out. Relax, center. Now we're going to breathe in, up, breathe out, down. We'll do 3 times clockwise. Breathe in, breathe out, in, out. One nose, in, and out. Other side, in, up. Breathe out, down. 2. 3. And relax. Relax your entire body. Now we're going to work on the shoulders. So you're going to breathe in, shoulder up, and then slowly you're going to let go of all stiffness, knots, heaviness on your shoulders. So let's start. Breathe in. Breathe out. Let go. In. Hold your breath. 2, 3, 4, 5, and slowly let go. What does it mean to completely relax your shoulders? In. And out. One last. In. And out. And now we're going to contract our body. Your eyes will be tensed, squeezed. You open your mouth, you stick your tongue out, make a tight fist, shoulder up, bum and abs contracted. So for your body to relax completely, it has to know the difference between tension and relaxation. So we're going to relax your whole body. And you can do this, especially at work, if you're having a stressful situation or if you have interrupted sleep. You just do this exercise. It will help to relax your whole body. Okay, so let's start. Breathe in, contract, eyes tense, open your mouth, stick your tongue out. Feel that tension in your jaws, make a tight fist, shoulder up, Contract your entire body. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and slowly, mindfully, you're going to just let go. Relax. Relax your shoulders. Drop it completely. Relax your face muscles. Bring a beautiful smile on your face. Take a long deep breath in. Breathe out. Let's do it one more time. Breathe in, contract. Eyes tense, mouth open, stick your tongue out, shoulder up, tight fist. Tense your whole body. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and slowly